St. Thomas, St. Croix, Virgin Islanders, all up and down the Caribbean, the region of our best paradise,
Yes.
and the world. Welcome, Virgin Islanders, to WSTX 970 AM. Before I go any further, let me let you know the numbers because we do encourage you to call in and join our conversation anytime within the program. I am Mary Moorhead, your host. And today, yes, folks, because school is closed, I am expecting Mr. Edward Brown will be joining me shortly. And we want to have a conversation about everything, anything. Definitely, the election is in play. Okay, the numbers is 340-773-0390 and 340-773-0490. So yes, those are the two, 0390 or 0490. And before I go any further, folks, because I do have a copy of the Democratic primary ballot for the island of District of St. Croix. So, those of you who are listening, let me let you just know what your choices are. And so, I guess that you will know the number of your particular candidate if you have already made your selection that you intend to, um, to make official on August 1st. That's the primary date. So, the ballot begins with the section of delegate to Congress, and that is you have four, okay, four possibilities. Number one is Emmett Henson. Number two is Delia Smith. Number three is Terry Helenese, and number four is Janelle Sarro. And naturally, there's always a blank space under because you always have the right to do a write in if you don't want to select any of the four posted. Okay? Emmett Hansen 1, Delia Smith 2, Terry Helenese 3, Janelle K. Sarro 4. After that, we then move on to the next section, which is governor and lieutenant governor. And we have number one, Tregenza A. Roach with Novell E. Francis Jr. Number two, Stacy E. Plaskett with Milton E. Hunter. And number three, Donna Fred Gregory with Rodney Moorhead. And again, as usual, you will notice that there will be a write in blank because any part of the ballot, folks, any place on the ballot, you have a right to do your write in. Okay, so next is the ballot for the candidates for the 37th legislature of the Virgin Islands. And we have number one, Hubert L. Frederick. Number two, Clifford A. Joseph. Number three, Dwight Mike Cartier. Number four, Linda, Linda Nikki Brooks. And number five, Kurt VLA. Number six, Jose Bess Gonzalez. Number seven, Lisa F. Charles. Number eight, Nemi Williams Jackson. Number nine, Omar B. W. B. U. Henry. And number 10, Kenneth Kenny Gittins. Okay, that's quite a long list, so let me do it one more time. Number one, Hubert L. Frederick. Number two, Clifford A. Joseph. Number three, Dwight Mike Cartier. Number four, Linda Nikki Brooks. Number five, Kurt Viale. Number six, Jose Bess Gonzalez. Number seven, Lisa J. Charles. Number eight, Nemi Williams Jackson. Number nine, Omar B. U. Henry. And number 10, Kenny Kenneth Kenny Gittins. And the last ballot is that of the Board of Education. Okay. And number one is Mojani Mo Dennis. Number two is Terrence T. Joseph. Number three, Christopher Jacobs Jr. Number four, Winona A. Hendricks. Now, just so that we must be clear, let me make sure you understand. In the ballot for the 37th legislature, you would have to select no more than seven of the 10 listed. And on the ballot of the Board of Education, you will be selected no more than two from the list of four offered. Okay, so that is what the primary Democratic primary ballot looks like that you will be dealing with. Those of you who are registered Democrats, that is what you will be addressing on August 1st, primary day. Okay, so good luck to all the candidates. I am waiting, and it has been agreed upon that in this month of June, we will be learning of forums to take place, right, with the concerning the 37th legislature, the candidates for the 37th legislature, and the Board of Education. And then it was listed somewhere that in the month of July, then they would have the forums for the delegate to Congress and the governor and lieutenant governor. So look out for that, listen out for those dates, and make sure and attend. And folks, make sure you understand something. You don't have to be a Democrat, okay? You don't have to be a registered Democrat to attend these forums, town halls, debates, whatever they call them. Because the point is, we don't know who's going to succeed, and this is the opportunity to hear all the selections. And if they go forward, the ones that go forward, then you'll have a second bite of the apple, so to speak, to hear them a second time, which would then, if anything, help in the vetting of the candidates. So please, when the Democratic Party puts out this announcement of the dates, place, time at these forums, town halls, debates, whatever they happen to call them, when they're going to be held, folks, make sure you get out there and listen. Okay? Listen. Okay? And analyze. Okay? Um, this definitely requires analytical thinking in determining as to who would best be selected for whatever the position is to represent us in that position. Now, I do have a concern. Remember, I told you after each ballot, there's a section of lines because you are allowed to have write in. Okay, well, here's the concern. There is a Democratic candidate running for the Board of Elections, but it's just one candidate. And if my memory serves me correctly, there will be three seats available with the Board of Elections. Okay, three seats. But here's the problem: the Board of Elections is not at all listed on the primary ballot. And it is my opinion, Mary Moorhead, that it should have been posted, okay, Board of Elections with the one name. Well, just give him the number one, but and then put the other two lines because the people should still have the opportunity to write in candidates if they so choose. But when you don't even list the position, okay, you don't even list the category, well, the voters are denied. And I am stating that now because remember, primary is August 1st. There's always a possibility for adjustments to be made. And I hope it is made soon and that is because fairly soon, the ballots will have to be in the mail to go to the, what you may call it, the service people. Okay, those who are in the armed services and stationed, um, you know, far away, um, doing their service for the nation. Okay, and while I'm looking at this, okay, and it says June 17th, and I'm reading from the Election System 2026 election events calendar. And it says June 17th, which is a Wednesday, all federal ballots to be mailed out to military and overseas personnel. Okay, so actually, this ballot for the primary, Democratic primary, if it's to be corrected, it needs to be done so that it can be mailed out on June 17th as scheduled. Okay? And that's 2 weeks from now because today is June 3rd. Right? And I repeat my concern that there is no board of election listed on the draft primary ballot for the Democratic primary. And that is because, as has been explained, there is only one registered Democrat who did a nomination petition for the Board of Elections. And the supervisor has deemed the candidate as just, well, accepted to move on automatically to the general election ballot in November. But while I am not arguing that or disputing that, it is what I do dispute is that it should have been listed on the primary ballot with lines for write in as it appears with all the other positions. And I'm saying that because when you see the draft ballot for the primary, you will notice after each and every ballot for position, there are lines available for the voter to be able, if they choose, to write in names. And that is what the voters are being denied for the position of board of election because it is not listed. Okay, so let's hope that between now and there is a meeting uh, today. I don't know if it's still going on. I was not able to make that meeting, and I'm referring to Board of Election had a meeting scheduled, a special meeting scheduled for 10 a.m. this morning. But here's the problem, and this is something that has been occurring under Chair Raymond Williams, who lacks any liking for being transparent and encouraging with the community. So when he sets an agenda, he always places the executive session at the very beginning of the agenda. What that does is that those of us who sit an audience for the board meetings, it is difficult because it makes no sense to go for 10 a.m. when the meetings start because they take roll call and they move right into the executive session. But what is most frustrating is that there's never any set time or length of time as to how long the executive session will last. So there is no way to really gear when they will be in regular session in order to be able to view the proceedings. Okay, and today was no different. Okay, the agenda was set with roll call and executive session immediately following. So, and whether or not anyone has seen, because actually this draft ballot came out overnight, and if anyone paid attention to see that it is missing the Board of Election and bring up the subject matter at the meeting, hopefully it was done so that the board can address this because ultimately it is the board, the members, the 14 members of the board. It is their role, their jurisdiction, their authority to direct the supervisor of election, if anything, to place the board of election ballot um, position on the ballot for selection. And that should be done. I'm hoping that it is. Another concern that I have is that under the governor and lieutenant governor section, okay, candidate number 3 says Donna Fritz Gregory and Rodney Moorhead. Now, why I highlight that is because I do have the list of candidates, okay, that turned in, whose names were turned in for what you would call the nomination petition. And the list, and it's number 37, okay, number 37 on the election system list of unofficial, as it terms it, aspirant. And it says Dorna Fred Gregory slash Rodney Moorhead. If the petition was signatures was gathered on a petition that said Dorna Fred Gregory, then the ballot should say uh, Dorna Donna, because in this case, right now, until it is officially changed, Donna is considered to be the pet name, the nickname, so to speak. So the ballot should read, if requested, because that is a request you have to make. And let me give you the example, okay? Um, with positive, remember, it was Terrence Positive Nilsson, okay? Um, for Rocky, remember, it was Armando Rocky Liebert. If you remember for Miss Hanson, it was Alicia Chucky Hansen. So, what I want you to be able to identify is that there is the official name is written with the pet name or nickname, as you would call it, inserted in between. For example, in my own personal case, my name will be on the ballot as Mary Peggy Moorhead. Now, my nomination paper said my name, Mary L. Moorhead, and then I wrote a letter to the supervisor requesting that on the ballot my nickname be included. So, therefore, the name I requested for the ballot was Mary Peggy Moorhead. Okay, but as you see, the official name is there with the nickname just inserted in between. So, um, in order, in my opinion, for this name situation to be accurate, instead of Donna Fred Gregory, we should see Dorna Donna Fred Gregory. And I didn't count the numbers, and I'm saying that because there is a 21 uh, limit restriction insofar as letters. In other words, your name, whatever name you want to put on the ballot, it cannot have more than 21 letters of the alphabet. So if that be the case, then it would be Dorna Donna Gregory. Okay. But the point is, it should not be acceptable to just say Donna Fred Gregory and completely ignore the official Dorna until that cannot be done, until and unless the when the officially changed by the courts. But at any rate, even if there is now a court order changing the name, the point is it can't be changed now for this election, and that is because, listen carefully, the nomination petition was done under the name Dorna Fred Gregory. So therefore, that will have to ring through for until November election date, November, whatever that date is for election. Okay. So I hope you understand that. If anyone has have a different opinion, you're free to call 7730390 or 7730490 and put your position on to the public. But that is mine. Okay. And folks, let's make sure you understand, and this is my position still, okay, that we have for 3 decades been under the leadership of the so called Democratic Party. And I say so called because, folks, you do know that I have put out information, okay, factual information, okay, um, referencing the Earl Otley book, Trials and Tribulations. Okay. And I don't at this time have the page or recall the page, but there is in the towards the back, the ending of the book. I guess that was when he was more up in age, and where the Earl Otley, and I'm talking of Trials and Triumphs, that's the name of the book, mentioned his regret, the regrets that he had of things that he had done. And he references that the takeover of the Democratic Party by the Unity Party in the 1960s was a regret because he created, okay, what then became, as we know it now, the end of the two-party system in the Virgin Islands. Okay, yes, that was created specifically by the mastermind of Earl Atley when he took the 11 seat legislature of the Virgin Islands and changed it to 15, but removing the check and balance in order to fulfill his goal, which was to give the St. Thomas leadership the authority politically. Okay, and he created the 15 seat, changing the whole situation and um, representation of one representative to a district, and that's what it was with the 11 seat, to the situation of us we have now, 7 representatives in the district with just one at large. And he says flatly in the book that by hindsight, that was a mistake that he did. As he said, it was the beginning of the end of the two-party system in the Virgin Islands. That's a quote from the book. We've never recovered from it, and it will take a long time before we do recover. And that is because the leadership of the so called Democratic Party uh, got used to taking advantage, got, well, they just continue to take advantage and see that it is to their advantage not to ever have the change for a true Republican form of government. Yes, we don't have a Republican form of government presently because we don't have a properly structured legislature of the Virgin Islands. Okay, so um, that is what exists with that situation. And as I said, um, he even uh, well downplayed his own party because he said he described the Democratic Party as many little groups revolving around the ambitions of individual politicians who use the party label. Okay, this is our athlete words. Okay, the Democratic Party is many little groups. That's a quote, revolving around the ambitions of individual politicians who use the party label. I'm sure there are many of you out there who are listening to me presently, reading that statement from Earl Agley's book, and you immediately visualize, understand what he's referencing when you flash your mind to what is happening right now with that so-called Democratic Party leadership. Okay, I'm sure you understand vividly what he's referencing. The thing is, for me that there are so many people, because it's not just one or two, it's several people in our community who will classify and um, say that they are political science majors or uh, political science reviewers or, critics, whatever, and they will very vehemently take the position that apportionment of the legislature is unnecessary. Well, that is sort of a contradiction of what a political science system promotes because it upholds the Constitution, which supports the fact that there's one representative per district. And strangely enough, we have migrants who have come from the Eastern Caribbean countries, who have come from the mainland states. Um, the point is, they all have come from places that execute the structure of a legislature that has representatives who will represent a particular area that they live in, that they come from, and that they represent in their political position, but yet will stand firm here on not having that be the situation locally for the territory of the Virgin Islands. Now, mull on that a little bit and stop to think there is a defect in such a person. If you know something is wrong, but you strongly support support it and defend it, okay? So what does that say of you? And why is it that when we recognize this in people, in so-called leaders, that we don't, one, call them out, because there are those who are ignorant to the situation and they really need to be enlightened. But two, even if we don't want to call them out, okay, at least explain to our community that it is wrong and that we shouldn't support it. Because as I said, Earl Otley in his book, Trials and Triumphs, yes, I think it's not in publication anymore, but I'm pretty sure because I did see it there. The University of the Virgin Islands has the book. Okay, should still be there. That you can go and read. I don't really know if it's a book that you can withdraw, but at any rate, I suggest any and all of you who are interested in the structure of our government of the Virgin Islands and who are interested in what should be a true form of Republican form of government to please go and make yourself knowledgeable of what Earl Otley admits he did in Trials and Triumphs. Folks, that time is here. My friend Mr. Edward Brown has arrived and the conversation will begin. I hope. Oh, wait, your mic isn't
No, I
isn't it
I
tight?
didn't.
Yeah, please get that.
I don't know. Let me see.
We do want to make sure that you are heard, and folks. And as I said, the
Check
conversation
one, two,
is
three.
definitely open, and the numbers to join 340-773-0390, 340-773-0490. 550. School is closed and Mr. Brown is here.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you, Miss Moorhead?
I am blessed
Been
and
a-
highly favored.
Been a minute
Hope you
or
are
two.
same.
Yes, I've been a minute or two since I've been on the radio. Been busy, doing a lot of different things, and so you asked me to come on. I had the time, and I said, certainly I'll make the time for you.
That's it. Yeah, begin your vacation with a bang.
And usually I work 2, 3 jobs in the summer, and I've been doing that from a child, and I might be slowing down a lot. It's slowing down a lot of different things. I guess for me at least, when I turned 50 last year, it was a awakening for me to do other things in my life.
Enjoyable
Enjoy-
things with the other half.
Exactly.
I'm sure she would love that.
Yeah, I hope most of the day she does. But she's a workaholic like me. So, there are times when she's like, oh, I might stay home and now I got to go work. So I understand that too. But it's always a pleasure to be on, and we have a lot to discuss. And there are a lot of things happening in the territory that we have to deal with as a people. A lot of transformational stuff is happening. And this is election season, of course, for governor, lieutenant governor, delegate to Congress, the Senate, the different boards, Board of Education, Board of Elections, and so on. I have a lot of individuals who are running, and I commend them.
That's
First of all,
great. It's always good
it's
to have many
always-
candidates.
Always. It's
Yeah.
more fun when you win. It's not as much fun when you lose.
Yeah.
But that's the process. And for some people, this one experience is going to be enough for them. And they say, I'm never doing this again. And for others, it's just going to be okay. Not this time. I'll try again the next time. I'll try again the next time. I keep trying until I get the opportunity to serve. And so if God has it for you, Miss Moore, it's for you. I always say that to everybody. No man, woman, or child can stop what God plans for any of us. So
Well,
I
Mr.
commend
Brown,
them,
being that you haven't been here for a while, and even though you've been busy closing out school and whatnot, I know you got things on your mind. So
Always.
I going
But you want to
leave
talk
the
to
door of. No, I going leave it to you because I know I don't see the papers them on the side.
Oh, yeah, well,
I know you got something that.
free to which I got to talk about. How you know that?
See, folks, I told you. Go
one-
ahead, Mr. Brown. Go
That
ahead.
one, I'll put for later, but I'm looking at the season where I think I came in when you talked about being prepared. And like I said, I commend everyone who is, deciding that they want to take that next step. But I'm also looking at a lot of the interviews that the different candidates are doing. A lot of them are struggling, to answer some of the questions.
They ain't struggling, Mr. Brown.
What happened? What are they doing?
Because they just answering in general statements, which is not the answer at all.
That's an answer.
Every interview I've heard so far, that's how we're going.
Right.
And I'm
very
sitting there
general.
going, where's the plan? Ask them the plan. Where's the plan?
What's the plan? Well, you gotta have a plan B, C,
Haven't heard a plan yet.
down to Z and back around to A and back down to Z. You have to have a plan, and it's very general.
Yeah.
And I don't think right now that's very helpful to the Virgin Islands because we need specifics. If you're saying we have a healthcare crisis and we need to fix the healthcare crisis, but which part of the healthcare crisis are you going to tackle? The uncompensated care, the folks who are living at the hospital, the insurance issue, people leaving, and the hospitals are not getting the appropriate insurance. Which part of that
The
issue?
mismanagement,
The mis-
because I just
Okay.
it was a
With
big blow up
GRS.
last week. Yeah, it was something that they have again because it existed before. Supposedly they had it covered, but now it's repeated again that they have these millions that they have not been shunning forward to GRS. And then the people blame GRS when they can't retire, when
Right.
it is the vision that they're under
Right.
that has been, I don't know what you call it, an embezzlement, but I guess just misdirected because it is against the law.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, and I've been at this game since I was a child, from 14. You have the folks who are going to testify. This is me. They could take it or not take it. But when you go before the Senate, you gotta go there and you gotta talk. Just they might get vexed. This is the plan that we outline. It may not be popular, but this is the plan. They may throw back and say, well, that's not your job. We are the lawmakers and blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's fine. Then you do your job and I got to do mine.
Mhm.
You understand? That uncompensated care component is destroying us.
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's making it bad for those of us who want to stay here and live here and die here and get the best care here.
Yeah.
You can't just keep trying $20 million into the healthcare system every time the hospitals need that. That's not good management.
And, you know, I look at it sometimes and it seems to me like people deliberately come when they know they have a ailment because they know they can come to our hospital and get attention.
Yeah, because we are going to take care of you.
Yeah.
I think that's maybe even one of the issues in the draft document right now. But someone has to pay, Miss Moorhead.
Mhm.
Uncompensated doesn't mean you just walk out and there's not a debt to be paid.
Right.
There's always a debt to be paid,
Definitely.
and someone has to pay that debt.
Definitely.
You know,
We have a call.
already, right?
Yeah. Good afternoon and welcome. You're on the air.
Welcome back, Ms. Moorhead,
Thank you.
and good afternoon, Dr. Brown.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Well, Ms. Moorhead can't laugh with me anymore. It's finally summer in New York City. It's sunny. It's 82 degrees outside.
Hello, I could laugh after you anyway because at some point you're going to be burning like you're there on a grill while I'm going to be here with a nice,
Trade winds.
trade winds. Yes, so
Well, that's where air conditioner comes in, and that's where kinetic comes in. Because I know I gotta have reliable power. I ain't gonna wake up in the middle of the night sweating.
oh dear me, Mr. Grant, you just threw a big boulder boy after us on here.
But Dr. Brown,
Yes, sir.
these were still in the Harley Power plant. When they decided to buy them, I came on the air and I said, this is a mistake. And the reason why I said that is because of my 13 years experience as a power plant operator at the Harley facility. Now, they were saying we need these smaller units for efficiency without remembering power plant principles. You need a big unit for what's called the line engine. And in engineering terms, it's running what's called ISAP, meaning that if you have a unit, a 24 megawatt unit, say you're running it at 18 meg, right? Now, a source comes in at 10 meg. Mind you, the Wasilla them is rated at 9 and 6. So a source comes in at 10 meg. Well, what the line engine does is shed the 10 meg, you lose some feeder, but it stays online at 8 meg and it protects the rest of the units them from what? Getting knocked offline, like a domino effect. The 6 and 9 megawatt units that they purchase, these units are not like the Westinghouse or General Electric workhorses that run 24/7, 365. These units were designed and engineered to run for peak purposes. You have two peak readings, 7 a.m., everybody's getting up. 7 p.m., everybody's getting home normally. So if you have, for these peak, you might need an additional few megawatts for the load requirement. You start these units up. Once the peak is over, you shut them down. You were asking something that was designed and engineered to do peak reading to run 24/7. It's not going to work. That's why you keep having these issues and you keep having these outages. You keep having everything knocked down in the plant and starting from a black start. The other thing is, Dr. Brown and Ms. Moore, my friend who went on the training with Wasilos, because anytime we get new equipment in WAPA, operations is who runs that department. We either they come to us or we go to them for the training. So we know how to operate the equipment, because that's our job, operations. My friend who went to this training, well, in between your training or you're learning about the equipment, they take a break for, to get some refreshments. My friend told me, well, during the break, they was talking with some of the guys that's there from Wasilla that's giving the training.
No, Mr. Grant.
So what happened is my friend said, the guy said, yeah, no, he said the guy was late. He said, we sold those units cheap. So my friend watched him with, like, I guess, that's fortunate to call it a school fee. So the guy thought that my friend was serious and he was in the mood. So he said, well, y'all gonna pay out of those, y'all gonna pay up the ones for maintenance. What's the problem right now, Dr. Brown, with the Wasilla unit?
Maintenance.
Well, that's one of the biggest issues. Everything for us, maintenance.
So if the people that design and engineer this unit is training the WAPA personnel and the unit, and they tell you this, right? Remember, when purchasing, they never came and asked operations their opinion, even though they are the ones that's going to be maintaining, operating, and running these units. They made that decision on their own. And I told them that was a big problem.
Mr. Grant, who ultimately decided the WAPA needed to purchase those Watzilla? Was it that the director that recommended it, or was it the board that recommended it?
That would have been the board and upper management who make those determinations.
No, you're not understanding my question. Yes, the board makes the decision, but the executive director or the plant director could have made the recommendation for the purchase that the board then considered and approved. So I'm asking where the original suggestion, projection, or whatever, if you know, came from with these Watzilla. Who first come and said, look, if they got some Watzilla, we should be considering?
Upper management came to operations and said, this is what we're doing, just like when they discontinued the IDE water plants and discontinued the boilers and said, this is what's best for the company moving forward. But Mr. Brown, as I did some research, we got rid of steam, right? We got rid of our boilers and our steam-driven turbines. You know, right now here in New York City, in Manhattan, there's a 500 megawatt steam turbine still in operation. So if New York City, which is supposed to be, I guess, the most sophisticated city in America, if they could still have their steam-driven turbines online, why is it that the Boys and Girls discontinue this? People don't realize, when I started working with June 2nd, 1997, gas turbines was auxiliary. We used it if we needed it because we was having problems with the boilers and the steam turbines. They wasn't run just 24/7, and that's all we run it as power production, because the boiler system was more efficient. The oil that we burn in the furnace had a higher viscosity than diesel. So therefore, you also got two products out of one, where we took fresh water from a system and put it through a boiler where the high pressure dry steam went to produce electricity by turning a steam-driven turbine. And the low pressure saturated steam went back to the IDEs that had belonged to the people of the Virgin Islands. We didn't have to share that revenue stream with corporations outside like 17.
Mr. Grant, not thinking, but really, because at this time, when we look into be considering potential candidates to lead this place, the topic, the focus of the conversation is supposed to be how to get out of this problem, what to do, okay? To rehash what was done that wasn't right ain't getting us the way. All is doing is wasting time. So it's a problem. It's the whole focus now is what is the solution? You got the Watzillas, you can't get rid of them because you can't send them back, but you have to do something in addition, seemingly, to the Wadzilla's.
So, let me say this Morehead. I am aware that the Richmond facility still have their boiler system set up. They just have discontinued it. St. Thomas, I think, as far as the boilers, they just would need to probably retool them. I would go back to that because I listened to Mr. Kyle Fleming, the PA Energy Director, on another talk show there in the Virgin Islands, talking about. He was asking him, where do you see the utility? What is the future of the utility that he's talking about? Renewables. One of the things he mentioned was geothermal. Well, because certain islands in the Caribbean have volcanic activity, they can now tap into a vein, take the temperature of that to turn water to steam, to turn a steam. The turbine still goes back to where we were from square one, steam. So if I was making that decision, I would look at going back to steam as a viable way for power production. To me,
And you just said, just to clarify, because I got a next call coming in, just to clarify, what you're saying is that both plants have the steam situation sitting. It just has to be reignited.
Yeah, they have the framework. They still have the system. They just, as far as I know, the Harley plant, they had discontinued and taken down the boilers. But a lot of that stuff is just tubing.
Okay.
And I know St. Croix, the Richmond facility, because I had called there when I was doing my research for my first bottled water initiative to say that we could make water, bottle it, and use that as a commodity, as a revenue stream, because, WAPA needs it. Even Carl Knight was on the air this past Saturday on Mr. Ali show right there on your station 970. And when they asked him about WAPA's indebtedness, where Ernst and Young did a fiscal analysis saying that WAPA indebtedness is $495 million. He was trying to tell me, oh no, they got the wrong data, but they got the data from you to do the analysis. They didn't make it up. So my thing is, Dr. Brown, the morning listeners, it wasn't broke, and like old people say, being broke don't fix it. And I'm gonna leave it there for now. You might have some other calls. I could always call back. And you're gonna be there for the entirety of the show, Dr. Brown?
I think so.
Yes, he'll be here. All right. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Let's see what the other callers say.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you for holding.
Well, what a welcome voice.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And I know that it's only something having to do with education that would have your brother sitting in for you. Brother Brown, how are you?
I'm doing well. Good afternoon.
Good. I just stood in and I heard on a grant, a former WAPA employee and myself talking.
Do you agree? Do you agree with what he said when I asked what is the move to make in order to get to some solution or adjustment with this WAPA situation? He said they need to focus their time and money on the steam generators. Do you agree with him?
Yes, for the most part. There are things that have been tried and true that has worked. The why, whether it's young Democrat generation now who has grown up and become dominant Democrats, wanting to instill some things that we learn. And we got to be very careful with this A1 and this thing and the other thing and the digital this, because it's leading us astray, and it is a very costly venture, isn't it, Dr. Brown?
You're talking about WAPA?
Not WAPA, talk about AI and digitality.
I was going to
I
get.
mean, some people are, huh?
I was going to get to that because it's all interconnected.
Yeah,
It's all interconnected. I mean, I'll let you talk and then I'll tell everybody my opinion on WAPA because everybody knows my opinion on WAPA. So go ahead, Carla.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So Peggy, like I said, what has been tried and true, why not leave it alone? Let me tell you something, what I have seen in the first amount of years from 67 to 76 that I worked at WAPA. This was before I left and was called back in 89 and 2005. We had some problems one time with some generating units, and there was a problem that was unsolvable. We had the engineers from GE and Westinghouse, whichever one of the units at one at a time, very reliable unit. But something was happening, and they seemingly could not understand why it was happening from an engineering standpoint. So they bring the very people that designed the unit, the generating units. There was a gentleman that worked there, the chief operator, an elder fellow, master sergeant. He fought in Korea, and he was back now working at WAPA.
Mr. Nibs.
Yeah.
Pardon me, but I ain't got patience for old time history. If it ain't, just like I told Mr. Grant, I want us to be talking about where do we go to correct the situation. You said, Steve, you agreed with him to a point. So I was waiting for you to point out what the point is that you don't agree.
Well,
Because we looking forward. We're looking forward. We're trying to get the remedy. No. No tengo tiempo para historia que no ha hello, do you started? So I was continuing. But really, not seriously though. Because and you know, Mr. Browning. Mr. Nibs, yeah, but do us a favor, please. Move it forward. I am not cutting you off. I'm asking you to come forward a little faster. That's our action. Mr. Nibs, that is not acceptable.
All right,
folks.
Mr. Nibs got a little.
You know, and all I asking is don't give us the whole 2 decades. Just come on forward as quick as possible to where we are, because we don't have much time.
The problem with WAPA, as many people, you could go back to the 1960s, and I won't go back and talk about. But Paiwanski said it was one of the worst. How that structure was developed was one of the worst decisions he ever had to deal with. And he said that in Congress when they had a hearing. He said it. I have the document. He said it was terrible. It brings him headache, heartache, everything. It wasn't well planned out. Now, fast forward to 2026. I've said this many times. You've heard me say it, Ms. Moorhead. The long-term solution is we're going to need 2 new power plants. I'm not an engineer. Mr. Grant is. He said move to the boilers and the steam. That may be the solution for the short term, but that's not.
But here it is. We have mentioned so many times, and we come to the point where we're just about there, where St. Croix is concerned with getting a new plan, and each time it looks like somebody just put our brakes.
Where is it?
You know,
as my wife said to me this morning, where is these things?
Because for decades we're saying
these things.
We have the place on the south. Now the other day I heard somebody say we don't have the land, and I was like, well, Well,
Croix
well,
got more land than we.
yeah, nobody will mean it specifically on South Shore,
Mm,
which got me because the whole of South Shore's government
that's what I know, right?
from what you call it, Emerald. What is the name of that the
I'm not
house in
sure.
the Bay Area that down there at the end of the airport
The
road?
airport road.
Yeah, I forget the
Um,
name of it.
Oh yes.
You know, but that's the ending
I know you're talking about.
where you have that gas company, the ending of what was the Hodges
Okay.
farm back in the day.
Okay.
You know, coming out and then come all the way up to the racetrack. All of that is government land.
That's a
So
lot of land.
why are we saying we don't have? It's like you
I don't
know,
know.
they seemingly want to be right next to the Hess property or whatever, and maybe that's the area they're saying
Right.
they don't have. But then come down.
All of that's in industrial zone, if I'm not mistaken. And the reality of it is, especially now, power plants in residential communities, like it's close, Wapa and Richmond is very close still to Kennedy and Richmond and stuff like that. Those facilities now tend to move away from residential areas because of the pollution, because of the environmental concerns, and
Yeah.
so on. I
Yeah.
know folks are talking about renewables, and I don't have any doubt about renewables in the long term. But that's just not going to happen right now, Miss Moore. You see, I look at life. People get on the radio and they talk. I don't care who you are, governor. I don't care. And I listen to people. And I listen to them over years. What I just said, years. These are things these folks have been talking about for years.
Mhm.
You're telling me something for years and the problem isn't getting fixed. That's a problem.
Mhm.
That means that means the problem is not fixed.
Mhm.
So you're dragging me along, telling me things and not fixing the problem.
And it's like you go forward and then you come
back.
backward because when
Hmm.
you take to the Richmond plant, they closed down Shabbat.
They did.
They closed down.
After they told the people they were going to rebuild Shabbat. But let me stay off
Yeah.
that. I used to live in
And-
Shabbat, so nobody. It's just
Well,
for
that,
people to know.
my understanding was they closed down Shabbat because they were one, it was falling apart,
It was.
but they saw the opportunity to establish the how you call it, safety zone,
Right.
whatever. So that's why they took that opportunity, and then they closed down the other side, which is JFK. Okay,
LBJ.
LBJ. Sorry, yeah,
That's
LBJ. So my thing is, but then now you turn around and you put him back Charles Howard,
Yeah.
which is in,
It's
the
construction
safety
going
zone.
on. Right.
and you still have Juanita Gardin,
Still got
which
Garden.
is still in the safety zone.
Correct.
So
I
okay,
think Kennedy still is too.
yes, you gave some space, but if you want to continue, then plan the move to South Shore.
Right. But that's going to be years in the making, Miss Martin. That's the problem. The problem in St. Thomas, as I've said it before, and then people tell me I'm not an engineer. I don't know what I'm talking about. I have common sense. And my dad used to be a plumber for the water power authority, for housing authority. And Governor Bryan used to work there with him. My dad used to always say, those kind of heavy facilities that get used a lot. If you get 40 years out of a school, you get 40 years out of a power plant, you get 40 years out of a hospital, you done good. He said, don't push it. He used to ask him, he said, don't push it. Because when you push the buildings fight back, and the buildings will always win. That plant over there is shutting down for days. In just over there are other issues going on in that plant. This is going on now for years, and it's just common sense. You tell me you fix one area, and then 2 weeks or a week later, it goes down again for days, Miss Moorhead. Come on, something is wrong with that plant.
Mr. Brown, you just said something that I'm going to use to build on, because the point is, when you said once you pass 40 years, something is absolute. So how many years we done pass with the soil refinery?
Well, that's a legitimate point.
Okay.
I know,
And
Mr.
I bring it up because
You know,
I
you know how I think about that.
adamantly,
I know you got
vehemently
that there.
opposed to any
I know
reopening
that.
of any refinery,
I know that.
because I am one of those in the West that is not looking to
Right.
be injured
I
in
understand.
any way. And folks, yes, environmental pollution, injury, whatever, because up to now,
Yes.
the monitors that the Department of Planning and Natural Resource was supposed to install, they have not.
Do you know? I think you saw that Mr. Dave Johnson talked about he would like to restart the plant. I think you saw that, right?
Yeah.
Yes, he said he would like to restart that. You know how I feel about that. And I assume that Mr. Johnson is going to make sure all care is done if that occurs with the restart, which may or may not happen. I don't know the finances of the organization that he's involved with or the investors who might come, but I think he mentioned that any restart from his end as the director, he's going to take all those considerations, all those matters into deep consideration, especially the environmental aspect and also the protection of the residents in the village, in St. Croix, and St. Croix as a
And
whole.
this is why, Mr. Brown, not cutting you off,
That's fine.
all of us who have relatives, friends, close contacts, or whatever, living on the mainland who can qualify to vote in the Virgin Islands need to tell those people to go register to vote in the States and vote Democrats. That's only in the States, not St. Croix, not the VI, not the
But-
territory. And so that we can get control, they can get back control of Congress
Mhm.
in order to put the brakes on the crazy man in the White House. Because that is where the problem would be with EPA, with that crazy man, with the reopening of a refinery.
But you really think, talking politics now, you really believe that the Democrats, with all the problems they have, and the fact, President Trump and his administration with J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, all of these people, they've gotten like 96, 97% of what they wanted. Democrats ain't going to do anything. They're going to, I just read it before I came up here, they're talking about trying to move to the center because they realize the demographics that now out there, the Hispanics, the Asians and stuff, they are not really into a lot of these social programs and all the things that Democrats traditionally over the last 60 years have talked about. Ms.
Well,
Moore.
they,
so they ain't
they
going,
do, but they are concerned about climate change and environmental hazards. And that's what I'm looking at.
that's
That
what
at least, yes, that at least with the control, that they can at least slow down what might happen if they don't, if the Congress remains Republican, where our environmental
from the
issues are
environmental
concerned.
perspective.
Yes.
I mean,
with
if
these
Democrats were to win, of course, as you mentioned, they would have more oversight. They could do more
Exactly.
investigation. They can do those things. They have in Congress, they have at least in the House. I've been saying it. I believe that the Democrats will win the House, even
Yeah.
with some of the voting issues that you see going on with redistricting. I think that will slow down. But I think there are certain things that have been cemented in the one big beautiful bill.
And I can't help but
going to
make sure the public listening
there.
audience understand and realize that while on the national scene, Democrats are concerned by climate change and environmental hazards, on the local scene here, our Democrats don't give a damn. They are the ones, if anything, who are pushing to open that broke down, a rusting refinery, which will probably blow all of us out of the blasted water.
The views and opinions, right, Ms. Moore? But I think because of the economic situation, Ms. Moore, I mean, I think Mr. Senator Viola was on, and you had mentioned about the education issue compared to like before the 1960s. But from the 1960s, four things happened, monumental to the Virgin Islands, that caused a lot of the problems we in today. Number one is that you had the embargo for Cuba. And St. Thomas, all the way back to the pirates, was known as a place that pirates came and hung out. It was entertainment. St. Thomas and Jamaica, known for that. But when the embargo happened on Cuba, the cruise ship industry just exploded on St. Thomas. Big money, huge money. Then around 64, 65, you had Hess. Hess came in and made St. Croix move from an agrarian society to heavy industrial. The black middle class that we talked about came to St. Croix. And then you had all the folks that came from all over the world, especially the Eastern Caribbean. That alone was enough. But then on top of that, you had the federal government that then came with all of these social programs that came out of the war on poverty, the New Deal, and out of that, you had expansion, Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, voting rights, civil rights. All of this stuff just came. And with that came billions of dollars more. New hospitals, new roads, new schools, on top of hence and the cruise ship. Again, unbelievable. But then the fourth, you had it as I forget the caller name, Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs, Mr.
Nibs.
Mr. Nibs.
Mhm.
You had it, the third industrial revolution. And no one talks about that. But what that brought was all of these cheap goods that were made in China, in Thailand, in South Korea. They were cheap, but they were good products, the PlayStation, everything. So even if you're lower income, you could have still buy the same PlayStation that the billionaire was buying for his or her child. That all four of those combined to create a place with tremendous wealth, tremendous money, new infrastructure, everything. And everyone started believing that it was going to remain the same. Nothing would change. 60 years.
But
And now it's changed. People are having a difficult time because they never prepared for it. Many didn't prepare.
But what helped or allowed those changes to impact them as greatly as they did, at least one or two, is the deficiency with our education system.
Mhm.
Because we were not educating our children to think as to where and how we want to grow.
Right.
We were just enjoying
That wealth
this, so exactly,
That's what
without
happened.
the restriction,
with all the
because
restrictions.
they had
That's correct.
conditions that applied to the program that weren't enforced, that would have made a difference in the direction in which we are today if they were. So, it's a bit that, again, our leadership
Simple.
or
Yeah.
lack of leadership
Well,
to
people,
blame with where we are. And this is why we have to now don't waste time talking things that are, as I say, you can't do anything
can't vouch,
about.
done gone.
And if it does not in any way make, have some ways influence what we should be deciding to go, don't waste time with it. We don't have time to waste. We're on the brink. First, this is my personal situation, people. I see us we're on the brink of collapse if we don't get serious.
Well,
And when I say serious, I am sick and tired of people I see already done made up their mind about candidates without any
me and you talk about that.
without any reference to what the person intends to do.
Well, we just talked about that, and me and you talked about that before a couple times. I mean, people like candidates for, listen, people will vote against you because you have a bald head like me. They'll vote against you because they don't like your glasses. They don't like how you talk. They find something about you that they don't like, just as they see, oh, I like how he looks good or she looks good, and I'm going to vote for them. It goes to that level, to the level of this person has a plan, this person has a strategy, they've prepared themselves, it runs the spectrum. And as you said, I think right now we need folks that are going to go in there and make some really brutal decisions and tough decisions, and a community that don't maybe not want to hear some of the solutions because we've never had to confront those taxes.
And
There's one issue. We gotta have to pay more taxes.
but we gotta focus particularly on St. Croix.
Well, we should have been doing that for years,
Yes,
Miss Moorhead.
and because we haven't, we're in a situation where, I hear people talking about the Crucians and Mao's Bali, but they don't understand how far back we have been placed.
I mean, you could go back.
Okay? And I still see the mentality of the St. Thomas leadership considering St. Croix competition instead of looking at it to be a partner or a complementary situation. So if we keep that mentality of us being your competition, then we never will get equity.
I kind of think about this differently. You representing me and you going in telling me about the Centurions, I have a problem with you. I ain't voting for you.
I agree.
I don't understand that. We want something, you represent me, you get it for me. Don't tell me about them in St. Thomas. They got their leadership. Why you ain't fighting for me? Why God, you telling me about them?
That's the
problem.
But that is the candidate
That's the problem.
who is looking forward in the future at territorial position.
This is
Okay?
But this is
Because this is what we have,
This is
Mr. Brown. I'm seeing more and more people really being candidates with long, long-term plans, and that's
and
where
that's
they're
not
headed, and it's got nothing to do with us.
No, but
Okay, and so this is why we, when we have the opportunity, got to talk plain and have to keep things focused and don't go off and branches of 60 and 70 and folks. I was in the 60s and the 70s, okay? If they
so you
want to
know,
have fix it, I could tell you because hello, they were fantastic.
but that's
Okay?
what I'm saying. And people forget, folks, and it's folks who, again, you don't know the history. In the late 50s and the early 60s, more than almost any other place, when the continent and all many of the nations in the continent of Africa was seeking independence, the Virgin Islands was one of the first places that was talking this. Before the African nation, before the Caribbean nations, it was the Virgin Islands.
Yep.
Because the people had enough with not getting their own governor, elected governor, not having a resident commissioner, not being able to decide and be fully incorporated.
Mhm.
And the people here in the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, St. Jonians, and Crucians were like, we've had enough. When they were people talking to the UN, saying we're moving towards decolonization,
Yeah.
which is external self-determination. And
Yeah.
the US Congress at that time,
Yeah.
members of Congress came here. They
Yeah.
came here and they had hearings. And they said, okay, now you guys are ready. We feel that you're ready. You ain't gotta go keep going to the UN. And on top of that, we'll give you all of these things. And that killed that conversation right there. And as you said, everybody got happy. That's how it went.
And got Americanized.
And many people now will tell you that was a mistake because of the fact of the conditions that we are in now.
Mhm.
Because if you can't go to the hospital and get the kind of care, right there, you're in big trouble. If you're healthy, you never see the hospital, you don't really know. But everyone I talk to, oh, this going on, that going on, I gotta get out of here. How many you gotta get out of here? What about those who cannot get out of here?
Mhm.
What about those like me who could go ever? And I want to stay here to get my care. Because the research is clear, you do better in your own home and with your family and friends around than being abroad somewhere else. It's just a fact.
And this is why really I'm looking for a 37 meditation that is almost militant.
I waited for.
I mean, when I say that, I'm not talking about picking up guns, but the point is, you have to be
to deal with these things.
Yes,
you have to.
And it's not about diplomacy, and
no.
Yes, that might work, but not really. We're in a position where we can't be that.
We're rebuilding right now, not only the infrastructure, but we have to rebuild our minds. Malcolm X said this, Miss Moorhead, and I wish more people are listening to Brother Malcolm. But, I guess because some of the words he would use, people felt hurt by, you would say the black bourgeoisie and all of them, the Negro and all of these things, Brother Malcolm would say. And people got offended by it. But Malcolm said, in a speech, he said, listen, the real political battle and the struggle is not between the white and the Negro. So that's not it. He said the real power struggle is between the white conservative and the white liberal. And these Negro business leaders and politicians, they want to get into that fight. Mm-hmm. And he said that's going to be one of the biggest mistakes that haunt our people. Because when the white conservative and the white liberal decide that different groups are gaining too much power, the white liberal and the white conservative will come together and pass laws, change laws, do all sorts of things.
Which is what's happening.
And then the black family, the black man, the black woman, the black child especially, are going to be worse off in the future than they are right now in the 1960s.
Are we right there in the future now?
Yeah, we're there in the future now. He said his focus will be more so on economic development than political, focusing on trying to acquire political power. Because when you have economic power, which I talked about, generational wealth, when you have that, then when these changes occur, you and your family are better able to deal with it. You see now who's leaving the Virgin Islands? It's now the single female-headed households with children. That was the last group because economics, but it's gotten so bad here, rough here. High cost of housing, high cost of food, high cost of energy, high cost of everything. And there is no barrier there. It's just you and your children. And if you're not making 60, 70, 80,000, you're in a world of hurt.
And we have representatives who are not looking about controlling the cost of living. They're just looking about how they can increase their salaries to
And
deal with the cost of living.
with a decreased tax base.
Yeah.
So we're in problems because you're trying to make money with a decreased tax base.
Mhm.
You're going to need people. That's just the reality.
And a decreasing population,
It's not
which
good.
affects the federal things
They
that
have
you
allocation.
depend on.
Exactly. It's a ripple effect now
Yeah.
that's coming home with us because you have to still, like I said, no hospital doesn't change the structural problems at the hospital and the healthcare system. The uncompensated component is one. The folks living in the hospitals, that's two. You know, and then you have to deal with the elder care, which is a major problem here. All of this requires money. The schools require money. The infrastructure requires money.
Mhm.
It's hundreds of millions of dollars. They talk about the trade zone. Well, nobody knows it better than me, and I've said it to the elected officials. You want folks to come and invest in the trade zone. They're not going to do that. I'm not going to build out your capacity. You're supposed to already have the warehouse. You're supposed to have the digital infrastructure. You're supposed to have the workforce in place. You need, as the Virgin Islands, need to have those things. So when I come with my business, I just come in and work with the government and whichever business is already there. But I'm not going to build out all of that infrastructure. And when I decide, well, I want to leave or the company going under or whatever, I have to leave all of that infrastructure here. That doesn't benefit my company. You build it out and I just come in and use on whatever. The energy all of that. That's what companies want. If you want these large companies to come in and bring all of this wealth and stuff that people here keep looking for, that's not happening. You gotta be real with folks. You understand? And I try to be real with people because I want the folks in the Virgin Islands to understand. If you live here over the next 20 years, we're going to pay. We're gonna pay for trash. We're gonna pay for health care. We're gonna pay for the roads. We're gonna pay for everything. Don't mind what they're telling you who run in to get a position. They're not being honest with you
But
because somebody has to pay.
personally, I would bite the bullet to pay if my representatives are, as I said, taking the militant position to correct the situations instead of just
I agree.
commenting on them because that's what they're doing. Oh, that over there ain't working right because of so. But then they don't go the next step to tell you, well, we're going to put this in place so that we can make sure that the adjustment is corrected. No, I had enough of that. Don't tell us what we already know.
Right.
Go the next step. Your position is, what are you going to do about it?
And that's
And nobody campaigning has come yet with even a small piece of a plan.
because you know what? Because I found again from a young age, the politicians who take the next step oftentimes get punished at the poll. Like I said, remember the seatbelt law? I never forget the seatbelt law. That would be until I die. Because I remember the politics. You remember that, Miss Moore. You remember the people came, they had some people, I won't call anybody name, but they know who they are. They said we need to have a seatbelt law. And I never forgot about that because my dad was adamant against that. My gosh. Even until up to that he want to jump in my car and not put on his seatbelt. I said, listen, you put on your seatbelt. You're here, I'm paying. You put it on. He's like, you put it on. Because he just felt the seatbelt would lock in and kill people. I think maybe he had an experience somewhere he never talked about. So maybe he saw that happen because he was like, no, I'm not doing that. And he wasn't going to do it. And I remember folks hated the law initially. They punished the senators, voted them up. But we all can see that seatbelt saves lives. We all see it.
Yeah.
I mean, accidents that we see here that people walk away, the car total, and they still walk away alive.
Yeah.
And other times it could be a little fender bender kind of thing, and the people die because they weren't wearing the seatbelt. And you know what happened? They are projected forward and got severely injured, right? So when you see that type of leadership, you have to have you have to have the courage to say, that's what we need for the long term.
And that is what,
for the long term.
But that is the part of the education that is missing in our basic K to 12. To understand that in a civic-minded person, not only do you present ideas, but you then also can just support ideas.
That's right.
We don't.
With dates and facts and figures.
Don't. If we don't have an idea to put forward, we don't do anything.
And that's not good, Miss Moore, because the federal
And
government
that's what we got to change.
is not going to fund us like they did the last 6 years. Everyone sees that. The work requirements alone is what's going to stop it. Because more as time go by, less people going to be on these programs. Because the work requirement is such that the work requirement going to kick you out.
Well,
It's just a fact.
it started because I can just well, I'm with the Lime Tree water distribution thing, so I
Uh-huh.
can't avoid the first of the month in the grocery stores. So I happen to be in there
Yes.
the first of the month.
For
and
this
I-
month, June.
Yes, for this
Okay.
month, and I immediately noticed the difference
Yeah.
in the number of people line up to the cash
Yeah.
register. I mean, I saw
It's going to get less.
the people with the overflowing carts,
Yeah.
but not in numbers.
Like before.
Like I
Yeah.
saw just up to last month, because not up to last month there was quite a bit, but the numbers has come down
Yeah, it will.
considerably.
Yeah, it will.
And
It just
yes, and by what we in June, by July, August, it won't even seem like the first of the month is
Right.
anything
It's going
different.
to be less.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
going to be less. Because that's just the way it works. I hit you with this work requirement
Yeah.
and you're of age. There's nothing really physically wrong with you
Yeah.
that you cannot work. And when you get to a certain threshold of income, then you lose this program.
And we just have to somehow make
Just
sure
how
that
it
the
works.
people understand that if you comply, it's not painful.
No.
Because it's like some people seem to want to think, oh, if I got to go and volunteer for whatever amount of hours, because that's one of the conditions I know, that, is something wrong with that.
It-
No, it's nothing
that's the
wrong
way
with
it is.
You're contributing to your
The
community.
The-
And if anything, you're keeping your mental faculties in gear, in activity, which many
Well-
times otherwise, and not all you're doing is sitting home, on the phone watching these nonsense
Well,
things that they make up.
it makes you Section 8, major cuts come into that. You already see in certain for Medicaid, Medicare, you name it. And it's not going. There's some who believe, like I said, when the Democrats gonna bring it back. You're not bringing it back, folks. They're not bringing it back. Don't buy that at all.
And they can't afford to.
And they can't afford to. There you
Because
go.
if nothing else, Trump has put a dent in well, not a dent. He put a wallop on the national debt. That I mean, hey,
Yeah, he's looking to make the big, beautiful dome.
it's
So, everything is missile defense, AI development. That's why Mr. Nibble talking about that. AI is here to stay. It's all over. It's gonna be in the school systems. It's gonna be in everything that you do, Mr.
well,
Mayor.
that's where we need to start.
And that's
But we're not. We need to start by finding what is the foundation that we need in K to 12 to deal
Yes.
with this AI.
Yes.
And we're not talking about that.
I-
Now, folks, full disclosure, I am technology limited,
right.
but that don't mean I am stupid.
Right.
I know it is important.
It
I
is.
know it has our young people have to be ready to deal with it. And I have been mentioning to be looking at why don't we get somebody who can tell us what is needed
in education.
in education curriculum to give our young people the foundation they're going to need to move on to this.
I've said it before.
We're not getting it.
I've said it before. I'm glad we have this conversation. I've never had this conversation on air before, and I don't know how folks are going to take it, but I know from the research I'm right. One of the issues in the elementary level, you see this a lot in regards to the test scores and stuff like that, Ms. Moore. And I've said it many times. Most problems require a simple solution, but adults, we like to spend millions and still don't solve the problem. Right? We dealing with that in so many ways. Simple. So if you don't believe me, have a bunch of children and put a problem, and those little children will come up with a solution. It may not be the perfect solution, but it's a solution, and they will stick with it, and you will be there and amazed and say, wow, that did work. It maybe didn't work the way I thought it would work, but it will work as small as they are because their mind's thinking.
We got that call. Let me get it quickly. Good afternoon and welcome. You're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're on the air.
So you're asking what's necessary for AI? It's math. I had a former student who was, until somewhat recently, was the head of the Department of Defense AI and automation. She was the director for that for years, and then she's recently moved on to a private organization. The student was at UVI, got a bachelor's in chemistry and a minor in physics, and then went on to the university that I came from. In fact, before she did that, she participated in a summer program that I ran, a National Science Foundation funded program, where we brought in 10 students in the summer to work in the lab, to do research with our professors. And so she came to my lab that summer and did research with me and my students. Came back to UVI, and this was at the time I came to UVI, and I taught her last physics classes, and then she went back up to the university I was in Arkansas, and entered a graduate program that I helped develop. There was a new program in microelectronics and photonics. Got her PhD in that under my colleague and mentor, and then went off and to work for the Army Research. Became one of their 3 directors, and then went on to got into AI and became the Department of Defense AI director.
Nice.
And so, and what it takes is basically computer science is what they do, and it's and which takes math, logic, logical thinking, and that's where our students are doing horribly, and we need to change that, because in order for them to participate in AI in a meaningful way, they are going to need logical thinking, which they get from their math classes. I was also going to call you about the vocabulary, the reading comprehension. Reading comprehension, again, is low across the nation. And I think the reason is connected to cell phone use, but not cell phone use in the classroom and in school, cell phone use outside of the school. Vocabulary, most of the word vocabulary that I know, it didn't come from a vocabulary test or looking up words in the dictionary. It's by hearing people, adults, use these words. And they find that it takes 8 times hearing a word used for it to lock into your permanent memory. But with the advent of cell phones, adults and children are not communicating. You see it a lot. The child is on their cell phone in the car or wherever, and are not talking to the adults. The adults are not talking to the children. So it's not surprising that reading comprehension scores have been dropping. And even with schools trying to do things to increase it, a lot of them are doing phonics, which helps the child read out loud, but it doesn't help with reading comprehension for the most part, at least not in an impactful way. And as I said, what has really changed over the years is not what's happening in the school, it's what's happening outside the school. People don't seem to realize that at least half of their education happens outside of the school, and the community and is fostered by the people in your community. Adults talking to children. When the children are beyond the cell phones, they'll be talking to other children whose vocabulary and knowledge about the world is just as low as theirs. They're not talking to adults. They're talking to adults less because they're always on their cell phones. And so their vocabulary does not get expanded. And we as a community, that is the answer is in that. It's not what the schools are doing. The answer is in what we're doing or not doing. We need to talk to children more. We need to engage them. We need to use words that we know they don't, but there's good chance they don't know the meaning of.
Words that have more than 4 letters.
Exactly. Yes. And that's the other thing that's happening in our now. That's the thing that's not just in our schools, but in our community, but especially in the schools. We're allowing children to curse, and that limits their vocabulary. When I see children curse, I stop and I talk to them. I'm like, look, you're using 5 words to express how you feel. And especially if you're in an academic setting in a school, then you're supposed to be expanding your vocabulary, using words to better express so that the other person could more so understand what it is you're feeling. 5 words can't do that. And that's just, again, limiting their vocabulary. If you let them get away with doing that. I remember when my child was young, one of my children was young, they were crying and stuff, and I was like, they were like maybe 5 or they were, right. I was like, no, stop. Calm down and tell me in words what is the problem. And that's what I think. I just like my allow my sisters to calm, crying, and I listen, use your words to express how you're feeling so I can know specifically what's going on with you.
But Carla, do you realize that even in our education system, discussion is becoming well, something that doesn't happen anymore?
Yes. And this is in education. We're supposed to be promoting being discussion and people being able to express themselves. And we're not.
Agree.
And so it'll be surprising if our reading comprehension scores were not terrible.
Well, this is why, and I promote that we really just need a whole reform in the public school education. But it's not something that is, um, open for discussion.
Well, and that's part of the problem. And it's not difficult. We have homeschool children that are performing well. Whose parents are not teachers and professors and that kind of stuff. So if they're just parents who are trying and engaging their children. That's what it takes. You need to. A good teacher is a teacher who is trying, who wants to educate the students, and with that, they may not be good at it initially, but because this is their desire, they will learn how to do it. They will learn the information. If they don't know the math, they will go talk to somebody they know who knows the math so they can go back and teach the child because they want to educate the child. And that's what you really need in a teacher, is somebody who has that desire, strong desire to educate. They will gain whatever they need to gain to do that. And I've seen teachers do this. They'll get the help, bring in somebody else, whatever, because they want the children to learn. And again, this does not happen without the community backing. The community, at least 50% of the education of a child comes from the community. And I think over the decades, that's the thing that has been getting less and less. The schools, well, I would say not lately, but before the last 10 years or so, the schools were kind of doing what they're supposed to do.
But what, Carla, what you're suggesting is more difficult because I don't know how it came about or why, but I have observed that the public school facilities are more restricted than they were when I was in the system, so to speak. Like you're talking about more
and there are more requirements,
okay,
internet and all of that.
okay. But for instance, when I was in a classroom, I could bring in say somebody from the Department of Labor to talk about the process of interviewing, doing resume and all that kind of it. Just by saying so and so come in tomorrow to the, put in a note or whatever to your department head or something, just as a matter of informing. But it has come to the point where it looks like that is a requirement now. So if anything, it's a restriction. So you're taking away that freedom from the educator. And when you do that and you put restrictions and requirements, and then people don't want to be bothered with all the process. And if and you,
even for as a parent trying to go into your child's school,
yes,
it's like we're trying to go into prison.
yes,
It's not an environment inviting thing. It's a big hassle, which then means a lot of parents just don't do it. So even though they have 2 hours, if they're a government employee, to go to the child's school, they're looking at, I'm going to spend a good time going through this process.
but
And so when my children were in school, I used to like to show up sometimes when they didn't know. If I was coming into the school, I wouldn't tell them because I wanted to see what they would be doing
yes,
when I'm not there.
exactly.
And so I would like to drop in and stuff. And it was actually a good big thing because now you have fathers visiting schools. That cuts down on the likelihood of school shootings and that kind of stuff because the school shooter don't know who's going to be there.
Yeah.
But with keeping parents away, the school shooter knows most of the teachers are women. And so this is who I'm going up against. They may be
But
one thing.
But Carla, is a trend really that we have throughout government, where everything, the transparency is removed and everything is sort of confidential. So you don't want anyone who doesn't belong
On the campus.
on the campus because you're afraid they're going to see something you don't want them to see and say something about. And it's if anything, it's getting worse. I don't see it getting better. It's getting worse because the workers are being intimidated and feel threatened.
But keep in mind too, Ms. Moore, there's the other side to that. There's some parents who don't conduct themselves appropriately.
Understood.
They come on the campus, they cussing and carrying on.
But here's the problem.
Off the campus.
And I was in an eyewitness situation like that at the ending of my career. And you know what happened? When I said to the administrator, call the police.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't want no problem.
What?
So so that way they do is they allow the behavior because they're afraid to call the police for the person.
You gotta stop that. Because what happens?
And the other thing too is if you have more parents on campus, they see what that adult is doing.
Yeah.
They will shame them in society. They'll be like, no, you can't be going into my child's school, disrupting my child's education with your nonsense behavior. And so the community will help deal with those.
But we don't do that because the department is not encouraging anything. The department is discouraging volunteers in the schools. Okay?
So those parents feel free to go in and ask the school because there's nothing that's going to affect them when they go back out into the community.
Yeah.
Because the community don't know that they did that.
Yeah.
They don't know that how much of a disturbance they made on our children's education.
Yeah.
But if other parents who happen to be there, they will be like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You can't be doing this.
You would hope so.
You're affecting my child, you're affecting my neighbor's child. The school is not just about your child. So you might be upset about what's happening with your child, but you need to calm down and deal with that because your child is not the only child in the school. And how you behave is negatively affecting the rest of the children. But other parents don't know because they're being kept out, kept away, discouraged from visiting.
Well,
if more parents were showing up and visiting, children will behave better because they don't know when their mother or father is going to happen or their mother and father friends might be on campus. And they're going to go back and tell them what they see you doing.
Well,
Keeping the community out is not the answer.
we have
I know, yes, you have security concerns, but that's not the answer. And again, it more makes the community think that they're not a part of the education, so they don't do their part. They let their child sit there in the car on the way to school on their cell phone. On the way back, still at dinner table on their cell phone or iPad, and not talking to them. And simple discussion. What happened to them with me? I was driving my children from school. What happened in school? And they will be telling me all the stuff, and then I would explain things, because of course they don't quite understand the meaning of a lot of the stuff that happened. And I would be pointing out, and I would say, look, this is why, and this is important, and so forth. And we would have the talking all the way back home. And even once we get home, we're still talking about stuff. So my children's vocabulary was really good. They did really well on the standardized tests and in classes and whatnot. And I was deliberately doing stuff. So from the time my first child was born, I think I told you all this before. The daycare was, on the edge of town. So I would pick her up and I'll be driving back in. And I would just be talking to her all the way. I know she couldn't understand most, but I wanted her to get in the habit of listening to an adult and hearing words. And then I started flashcards with her. ABCs. By the time she started, cruise and started holding on to things and walking, I would let her walk around, and when she come by me, I would put up her saying A. Then she come by B. The first time we only got to C. Then we got to D. And I knew when she was done, because she wouldn't come back. She would go off and just out. I guess that's the end of today's lesson.
Well,
In any case,
the case is while you did that with your children, my memory of being a child driving with any of my parents is the memorizing the multiplication table. That was always the driving. That was the drive focus period, and I guess maybe because I came from a family who was in business, and from a young age we were put to the cash register. So you definitely have to know how to make a change, how to add up things. You ain't had no calculator back then or whatever.
You make the child understand that you find this to be important. That's what the message they come away. So they start focusing on that.
Yeah.
Like the child was saying about with the flashcards. She started to learn to read on her own before she was 2. Why? Because she knew that letters were important to me. So she started paying attention and started seeing that certain letters would group. So like we would order pizza, and she would see on the pizza box the word pizza. So she really learned the word on her own. And my wife at the time was like, I'm thinking she knows how to read. And I was like, well, I'm not sure, because the pizza box has the little red heart on it. So I was like, she could be looking at that.
Well,
then we were out of town, and she was going to get lunch, and she was like, I want pizza. And I saw that there was the shopping center had a pizza there, but we never ordered from Pizza. So I was like, where is the pizza? And she was like, over there, and she pointed to the sign. And that's when I was confirmed that she was starting to read, and this was on her own. Why? Because, as I said, she saw that letters were important to me. So they became important to her, and so she started to pay attention to grouping of letters on her own.
Well, Carla, before I let you go, let me make a request, which is shortly, hopefully, we should be having announcements of forums, debates, whatever they want to call them, with the candidates coming up. First, for those for the Democratic primary, and as I said earlier in the opening of my show, because you're not a registered Democrat does not mean that you're not welcome and that you should not attend the forums for the Democrats that may permit. That is important that you do, because you don't know who's going to be coming forward. And the more you know about the candidates, the better off you'll be. But what I'm pointing out to you and the listening audience is we need to hammer these people with the questions such as the importance of public education, health, or whatever that we know and demand that they focus on, and not for them to tell us about the low scores. We already know that it's all over the website, but for them to tell us what their plan is or idea, because anything start with idea, in order to address the deficiency. Because
to come up with those plans, they need to be talking to people in education, talking to teachers. They're going around. They're going to meet a lot of teachers, principals, and whatnot.
well, Carl, I mean telling them how to do it because that's why they look in the job. They're supposed to know how they're supposed to do it. So I'm just trying to find out if they have a plan to see if they have a brain that they're applying or they're just looking for easy 85,000.
Yeah, but what I say, because it's apparent to me, most people in the BI don't think they need to talk to the people with their experience. They think that they could come up with solutions without doing that.
But Carla,
they don't have the experience. They don't have the people.
But Carla, then that's a person you take off your list. That's the person you scratch off. Because if they're not once.
But then we won't have anybody left.
No. No, Carla, don't go there. It's not that bad. There will be. There will there will be some left. Thank you for your comments. You can always call back.
I mean, when I start voting for senators, by the time I get to number 3, I'm gonna be like, who else am I gonna vote for?
Well, no, and that's the point I make with people many times. If you only got 3, stay at 3.
Right.
Because what you do when you force the other 4 is one, you're defeating the 3 that you really want, and you might be making mistakes with that additional 4 you're voting. So stay with the ones you can stand up with.
The most I've ever gotten to was 5, and then after that, I would be like, I just can't go anymore. I just can't. 4 and 5 was hard for me. I can't do. I can't go anymore.
Well,
and then I just give up.
Okay.
Because the other thing too is, if you vote for less, the other people who voted for more end up with more say than you, and they get to vote in people.
No, I don't agree with that statement.
Well, just look at the numbers. If I vote for 3 and somebody else votes for 7, they got 4 more votes, 4 more chances to put in somebody than I.
No, not if the same 3 you voted for was in their list of 7.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm including that. So if
when
got those same 3.
Well, when you include that, you gave the advantage to the 3 because you did not add the 4 like they did. So you gave the advantage to the 3.
But then so the 3 will end up with the higher number.
Exactly.
But then 4 other people are going to get in.
No, not necessarily.
To do with that choice.
No.
And that's the thing that concerns me.
No.
Because I can't vote. I can't find somebody beyond the 3. But other people are finding people beyond the 3, and those other 4 will become senators. And then now my 3 gets outnumbered by their 4.
Hello, your formula is totally wrong with that one. But one thing, maybe I'll do that. You could call back after I have to move on.
Right.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I think there's more. Yeah, one of the things with the standardized assessments that a lot of parents and a lot of folks don't understand is when you're taking the assessments, especially on the elementary level, but really all the way through. But they start off with like the iReady and the SMART. They start off with asking a question because they probably question back that the company has thousands of passages and stuff, because a lot of the assessment now aren't necessarily multiple choice. These now a lot of the assessments involve critical thinking and actually explaining your answer.
Okay.
So they have these banks, they have the questions, and then they start going through and asking students the questions, and then they realize based on the answers they're getting, okay, this is maybe too tough for the fifth grade level.
Mhm.
So let's put it up to sixth grade or seventh grade or whatever. But then they find their balance. So they start with the third grade level. And they ask you to read this passage. And the passage may take about, on average, they balance it, they, done this as well. It takes 5 minutes to read the passage.
Mhm.
And then they will ask you, explain whatever the question that they're asking, explain what this sentence meant or what this passage is saying. And if they realize that you're not able to answer the question,
Mhm.
then they say, okay, this is too tough for you. So they go down
Mhm.
until they find where you're comfortable.
Mhm.
That's one of the reasons why some of the students, as the caller mentioned, this is comprehension, this is being able to give back the information,
Mhm.
explain it, articulate your opinion. It goes all the way down to that comfort level. That comfort level may be on the first grade.
Mhm.
It's not on the third grade based on this computer adaptive assessment tool. Because that's what it is. It's just going through, it looks, it realizes you're not answering, let's take it down a notch, make it more comfortable for you to answer. And one of the ways that you deal with that is, again, a lot of reading,
Mhm.
especially on the elementary level. You've got to read a lot. Because the questions that you're going to get might ask you about Theodore Roosevelt. You might think, why are you asking me about Theodore Roosevelt? I don't know about it. But based again on across the nation, they
Mhm.
realize that there are children in third grade who can tell you about Theodore Roosevelt. So they're going to ask the question to the children in the Virgin Islands of the United States.
Mhm.
Now, there are those who will say, well, they have cultural biases and all of those things. That might be true to a certain point, but if you know the information, you know the information. And the reality of it is that you're not always maybe going to live in the Virgin Islands. I didn't grow up around snow, but I went to Colorado, and Colorado is a state that the weather changes very rapidly. And if you're up in the Rocky Mountains, which I've been, and you don't have the proper gear on,
Mhm.
you can get yourself in a terrible condition, health wise,
Mhm.
because it starts to snow and you don't have the jacket, you don't have the shoes, you don't have anything.
Mhm.
You have to know these conditions. You have to know about elevation. What can happen to you if you go up past a certain point, up a mountain, hiking or whatever. What
Mhm.
can start happening to your body? These aren't necessarily questions that many of our children here in the Virgin Islands might relate to, but it's still questions that will be asked, and it's information that you should really try to know, because you're not maybe always going to live in the Virgin Islands.
Yeah.
So how do you combat? You read a lot.
Mhm.
That's where the last conversation we had about the libraries and what role the libraries can play
Mhm.
as we move forward. Well, the libraries can play a vital role, especially for those families that don't have a lot of income. You just go and get a library card, pay whatever amount for the year, and then your child has access to all this information, just like if they're on social media.
Yeah.
You see, that's the issue with elementary in the Virgin Islands. We're not having the children, in my opinion, read enough. They have to read diverse materials,
Mhm.
because these assessments, if you don't believe, watch the grades. The parents get all excited about the child making honor roll. But then when they see that, they're like, oh, but my child functioned at second grade level and then fifth grade. Yeah. Yes.
Mhm.
That's what happens, yes, because the assessment isn't worried about the grades.
Mhm.
The assessment is where can your child give me back this information in a logical order for critical thinking. Now, how does this relate now to the future? Well, in the world that we're now in, I don't need 1,000 people in my assembly plant. I don't need that. I need maybe 10. And those 10 individuals are going to manage these tools that I have. I just bought a 500, somebody, I bought $500,000 robot.
Mhm.
But I need Ms. Moorhead or Dr. Brown to manage that robot, to say what parts go here, make sure everything is well. The robot gonna do its part, but I still need that human component. So I need someone who can think problems through. Again, fixing the problem.
Mhm.
See how we go? Fixing the problem. I need someone who's going to say, okay, the machine has stopped. What's going on here? Okay, I see what the problem is. I could just do that. Do. It works. If it doesn't, that means I have to go get someone from the company to come in and find out what's going on with the warranty, and everything should cover that. But I don't need 1,000 people to do that. because I'm trying to deal with the overhead costs.
Mhm.
That's the issue. It's not like I remember I just mentioned the third industrial revolution was about globalization and having goods made in foreign countries, cheap labor, and these products were really good, and they come back. No, that's not the case anymore. The products are going to be made here, but its labor is more expensive. I have to worry about sick leave, maternity leave, paternity leave. I have to worry about all of those issues. I don't worry about those issues with a robot, a humanoid droid, or all of these things. I just need Mary Moorhead to go on her computer, punch in whatever, look at the software, and tell me what's going on with this robot, with this drone, with this AI. That's it. So it's not the tools putting you out of work, it's you putting yourself out of work by not developing the skills necessary to work with the tools. And if you're not developing the children's critical thinking and comprehension, they're going to not do as well as we want them to do. They have to be able to think the problems through, not just feedback information. I want to ask you, if you have 10 apples, if you have 10 apples and it's 10 cents, what does that equate to? See? Now you have to read it. You have to be able to, in your mind, to say, okay, 10 cents, and you have 10 cents, so what, that gonna be $1, right? But if you don't know that, you just see 10 cents, but then you've never applied it in other ways with the proper language to understand, because math is its own language, and the caller is right. At that level, you have to know math. But the AIs and all of these other tools, they're doing a lot of things now that human beings in the basic, but they're going to advance. Eventually, the AIs are going to advance. But I don't think, Ms. Moore, they're going to advance to the point where they just prop themselves to do things quite yet.
Well, we have to find some way to deal with the math deficiency, because that's what the assessments tell us, that the worst deficiency is in math.
Yeah.
And if we're following, excuse me, what the caller is saying, that the foundation that is necessary for the AI is math, then we have to find how to address the math deficiency in a more productive manner, because seemingly we have, I would say, 3 years running, been dealing with deficiencies, and we haven't seen significant movement yet.
But if you look at the high schools, and this is kind of to the point, the high schools are, when you look at the Smarter, I think Complex did very well, and the other high schools are coming along. But that may be, again, because of the fact high school students are about to go into the workforce. They're about to establish their own goals and dreams and what they want to do with their life. So as the caller correctly mentioned, they're going to seek out mentors, and they're going to seek out people who are going to tell them, well, you need to take calculus, you need to do these other things. Whatever it is, you're going to seek that person out. Middle school and elementary, way different. That focus is going to be parents and teachers and that impact. And so,
but this is my point. We have to do something in the elementary and middle to give them more students the foundation to do better in high school.
Correct. That's in anything.
That's what I'm looking at.
That's in anything.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes. Well, this is where the community comes in again. Right? And I said there's an important part that the community plays. To do well in math and computer science and physics, which is the science behind pretty much all engineering. So electrical engineers make these robots, and mechanical engineers, and so on. It's the key to those things is repetition. It's not easy for anybody. People who are good at it because they have done it a lot, and they have done a lot of, and they initially, when they were doing it, they made mistakes, but they didn't give up, and they made the sacrifices necessary to learn it. So they may have to stay inside and study more. They can't be going out to parties. They can't be running the streets because they have to go over this repeatedly.
Well, hold on a minute, Carla, because you've gone forward, like Brown said. I am saying that if we need to do something
And-
different
And the
in
elementary.
the primary,
Yeah.
really,
Yeah,
the primary.
level.
So I am asking now, because you're talking about repetition, does that mean that we would need to make it an order, a mandate that all second grade focus on having the children learn the times table?
I would say first, of course, is math and addition. Math and subtract. I'm sorry, addition and subtraction in the first and second grade. Third grade is where you now do multiplication. You have to do the math, addition and stuff, and on the scale, a good feel for that because multiplication is just repetitive addition. The 3 times tables, you keep adding 3.
Understood. So that's why I'm asking, why we got to wait till third grade? Why is it that you make?
Because you want them to get the foundation in the addition. So my cousin's wife in the States, she started teaching second grade when she started off. And the parents were telling her, the students already know how to multiply. And she was like, great, I have a class of geniuses for my first class. Then she started teaching them. And she discovered, yes, they memorized the multiplication tables. But the teacher didn't teach them addition, which is what they were supposed to be learning. So yes, they memorized the multiplication tables, but they don't know how to add. And which means they missed the fact
that was something wrong.
multiplication-
Carla, begging your pardon, but that was something wrong with that teacher. That don't make no sense.
Right, but this is what happens because teachers teach the children parlor tricks to get the answer, but they miss the foundation of what they're doing. But if they don't hit the wall till sometime after they leave their class, so they get all this credit from their teachers, from their parents for doing so that because the child could do this and that. But they don't have the foundation, and it isn't until years later when they hit the wall. But nobody tracks it back to the fact that this teacher taught them to multiply when they were supposed to be teaching them how to add. And you eventually need that understanding that multiplication is repetitive addition. So initially you could get away with it. But as years go on, they eventually are going to need to have that concept to move forward in math. And that's why you find a lot of the parents are like, oh, my child used to make good grades in math. And it's until when they come to your class, now they're doing poorly. Yes, they're doing poorly because they didn't get the foundation they needed in those other courses. You didn't realize it. And now they're hitting the wall in my class. And now you're coming to realize it, but now you're going to put the blame on me rather than where it really happened. Back in second grade when they were supposed to be learning addition, the teachers taught them parlor tricks to memorize multiplication. And the parents were all happy with that, not realizing that teacher just set a time bomb that's going to explode years later. And this happens so many times, especially in math. The math in the U.S. has become teaching children parlor tricks to get the answer, missing the fundamental operations. They really don't know what addition is. They really don't know what subtraction is. They really don't know what multiplication is. They really don't know what division is.
Well, Carla,
they're going to see later on.
It sounds like you're making a case that what we need to do is take the second and third grade teachers and give them some type of professional development about the instruction of math.
And stress the importance of the children understanding these fundamental things that, yes, years later when they don't see it, if they don't give them that fundamental in the second and third grade, when they get to the 9th, 10th, and 11th grade, that's when it comes back to bite them. But that teacher doesn't see them at that point. They don't see the damage that they did. So we need to express, and that's where I think you need to get like 10th and 11th grade teachers to talk to the second and third grade teachers, to tell them these things are vital. Don't let the children come out of your class not knowing these things, because years later, it's going to explode in their face. And you're not going to be around to see it. And the only way they know that this damage happens is if they talk to those teachers, and the teachers could tell them that, yeah, this is your grade is where the problem started.
That might not be the best way to address it, because no, it would, if anything, it would just be a situation where it's best where you get trainers that would be showing them
Right.
a different approach to addressing the math instruction in the second and third grade in order to get
And
more
the
productivity.
importance of that math instruction, that the children need to understand certain concepts that which is going to be built on. And you know, if the foundation is not strong, the building is likely to crumble.
Well, that's
And
that's
that's
what
what
the
happens
training
in
will
math.
be. That's what the training would be about.
Exactly.
To make sure that that is done. Yeah, but getting putting them with the 11th grade teachers, I don't. That's not sort of.
Well,
Uh,
yeah. The important thing is the information from what the 11th grade teachers are experiencing needs to be given to the second and
you
third
get the
grade. And so
information from you got the information when you got the low scores on the assessment. So
That's
so
true.
all you need is the all
Yeah.
you need is for you bring in some trainers to show them a different approach to dealing with the instruction.
Yeah.
Okay,
And,
thank you.
and to be fair to those teachers, they have not been trained in that. They're elementary teachers that have called a teacher know whole everything. And so a lot of them you would find were not particularly good at math when they were in school. And they don't really know what is important. They didn't figure it out for themselves. So they can't now figure it out for your child. So they need trainers. They need people with experience and in math, and to be able to help them, tell them, this is what you need the child to focus on. And math, that's the thing with math and in physics and stuff, the material itself is distraction. It's easy for you to look at it and not realize what you need to focus on, because there's a lot going on. There are pictures, there are examples, they're all numbers all over the place. And so it's quite easy not to, and that's one of the things, like we as a child, and I think it was because my mother was good at math and she would show me stuff and whatnot. So I knew what to focus on. And so I ignored a lot of the distractions and just zeroed in on the important part. And so I got the stuff easy, because I'm not looking at 50 things. I'm only looking at 2. While my classmates who didn't know that these were the 2 things to focus on are looking at 50 things. And so, yeah, that's why they get confused, and that's why their brain shuts down on them. They're trying to do too much. They've done brain scans on a really smart person solving a problem and the average person solving a problem. The average person, their whole brain was lit up. The smart person, only a small portion of their brain was lit up, because they knew how to break the problem down into small, doable pieces and only focus on one piece at a time. So they're not doing that much mentally. The average person is trying to do somersaults and flips, and eventually their brain shuts down.
Okay, Colin. Thank you. We'll move on now.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is where Miss Marta, I think education today is not like in the early 1900s or the
Agreed.
1800s. It's not the one big classroom anymore. And I think that there's a certain level of understanding that has to take place, especially among parents. Because a lot of focus is put on the teachers, and that's your job, right? Your job is to help educate the children. But in this globally competitive world, with all of the tools that are out there, and all the software that's out there, and all the programs that's out there, and you could go on different media outlets now and just hit a video and it tells you everything in 30 minutes on almost any subject that you want. Parents are going to have to understand that they're going to have to play a greater role in their child's education. They're going to have to spend money on their child's education, even in a public school system, because the teachers can't do it all. It's impossible with all of the requirements that teachers have today, all the things that teachers need to do. And as was mentioned, the professional development that has to occur. All of these areas have to be addressed. And there's no one person that can do that within the time frame that the school always provide. So if you want your child to gain a lot of this information, like I said, you are going to have to use the various resources that are available to you, from the library to going on different programs on YouTube or wherever it is that you will get that information to help your child to excel and get to that level of proficiency. The idea that the teacher is going to know everything in this age of drones, AI, all the things that we've been talking about, that's just not realistic. Many teachers can't tell you anything about AI.
Exactly.
You understand? They can't tell you anything about drones. They can't tell you how to fix those things. They don't even know where to begin. That's not something that they went to school to learn about. But now they're being asked to do that. They're being asked to identify when the paper comes back to you. If did this person do it on their own? Did this person get some assistance from the AI, or did the AI write it itself? Pretty much. All of that stuff that they have to be aware of. That a couple of years they didn't have to be aware of. So you as a parent, you cannot sit back and just say, well, my child went to the school this and no, you have got to get engaged from day one. You've got to be asking the teacher what information is out there. And then you sitting with your child to get that information. If you're not doing that, as was mentioned, your child can start to fall behind and you don't know it. The teacher may not know it because the child isn't saying anything. The only way you know it is maybe if you're doing the assessment or test and then you see the grades aren't where it needs to be.
Yeah.
But then again, you have 20, 30 children in a classroom. There you go. It's hard. It's very easy for a child to fall into that
to
trap.
help the community some, and this is for the listening audience. One of the things that the community needs to demand of these representatives that are coming before them is what will they do in order to make more libraries available?
But that's what I just was saying.
You know, because one,
That's what I just said.
I mean, just take St. Croix. I don't know about St. Thomas, but just take St. Croix. We have one library,
But this is what I'm saying.
okay, and it closes at 5 o'clock.
This
Okay,
is what I'm
that's
saying.
ridiculous.
The libraries help with the income gap.
So
It does.
so it's definitely a topic that people need to ask the representatives as to what solution,
Yeah.
what plan you have for addressing that.
Yeah.
And that
And that's it right there. We just gave them a solution to that. It helps with the income gap.
Yeah.
For those who don't have the resources, they don't have, because their parents and people, they don't have the
so it's
resources.
and I have in the past with two commissioners past tried to ask well, not commissioners, but directors of library trusts as far back as Donald Cole, when Donald Cole was in charge of libraries under DPNR.
Okay.
I kept insisting that they, well, first I was asking that they every day go later with the libraries, but then I cut it down to 2 days of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Have the libraries open till 9 o'clock. Okay. And I mean, it's ridiculous. You know what the excuse is? The workers don't want to work shift.
Right.
If you want a job, you're gonna work when I tell you what.
That's anybody.
Okay.
That's
So
anybody.
it's like, as I saw it, you're in charge, but the employee is running you. Because you have to service the public. The public needs longer hours of the opening of these libraries for the children to be able to have access.
Mm-hmm.
If you have 4 workers, 5 workers, whatever, you divide it up and you alternate.
Well, this is
This month, you 3 are going to be the ones working till 9. Next month, we switch. So it isn't always, a situation where you have to work 10 to 9 or whatever, because I don't understand. It open 8 o'clock. Who going to library 8 o'clock in the morning?
right. Just someone who really loves to read or just wants knowledge. Maybe I would go, but most other people won't go, Miss Moore. Why would I go? Unless you really want to be in that environment, most people just go on their phone and look up the
So
information.
then why are we wasting time opening the library at 8 a.m.?
You're proposing opening it later, like around 2 or so, and keep it open
You
until
know?
about 8 or 9
Open it at 10 a.m.
to make it around 8 hours.
Yeah. But 8 a.m., you know, because some of them say business people need the library for whatever reason. I don't know. But business people, and I would
Maybe
suppose maybe researchers, but
for sure us we do
usually
research.
most researchers go to UBI. But at any rate, yeah. So I said, okay, you say 10 a.m., but definitely 8 doesn't make sense.
Well, this is the dilemma now because and the leadership is going to have progressive liberal
That's why we need a militant type
That's right.
leadership.
progressive liberal policies, whether it's conservative, traditional policies, any policy costs money. At the end of the day, everything costs money. And I was
But
reading
that shit won't cost money if you just taking a
with the
person
time.
from doing 8 to 5 and you keep it to the same 8 hours just
Yes.
so you're starting later.
Right. Because what I was going to say, adding to what you're saying, I was reading years ago about the future of public education.
Mhm.
And one of the areas I was like, "Eh," but now I see it clear. It's real true.
What's that?
Where with all of the requirements now, and you have again a lot of single female headed households that are going to be doing this shift work.
Yeah,
Who watching the children?
the library.
We have to ask that now. Who gonna watch all these hundreds of children that gonna get home and nobody's gonna be home? Nobody might be home till 10
And
in the night.
that is
Is that
something
something we want to have all these
that
children running around with no guidance and stuff like that? Or,
one of your
so we'll see that
candidates
question.
that is running for governor presently. I remember when first run for Senate, I said to the person, a problem I've seen that's consistent over the years and nobody's dealing with it is child care.
That's a
I
big
said,
issue for
we
us.
say they
Big
got
time.
young people who don't want to work.
Big time
We
issue.
don't think about the young people who want to work but has no place to put the young one. They can't afford the private child care and
That's
they
expensive, you know.
and they very expensive.
Let alone in the mainland. Oh my
And,
gosh. That take up
and,
your whole check.
and Head Start always got waiting lists.
Always.
Okay, I've been waiting for them to start. They got billions. Didn't they get billions of dollars to build a new building?
I think they have a new building. Right there by land coming down by
No,
that one there?
I
You talking about
talking.
nationally or what?
I talking public public Head Start. They said
Oh.
that is something separate
Okay.
that come under
I didn't know that.
some whatever. I don't know, but that is not because I thought the same thing and
Yeah.
I was correct at first. No,
That-
that has nothing
has
to
something-
do
Wow.
with what was the federal assignment to build. And when I thought about it, that had started before the federal monies was
Oh, wow.
allocated.
Oh wow.
Okay?
Well, I mean that's this is a new reality for our people.
Be-
And we have to have some real leadership to address because healthcare is one of the biggest issues that's going to face. Because not everybody's gonna run to the mainland. Nobody's gonna run to the mainland. Like I said, these work requirements now you work, you decide you don't want to, we're not giving you the benefits. So, you people are going to work more and they're not maybe
and,
going
and
to be in a
healthcare
position to
can
help.
cut down on reoccurring situations. Because if we revert back, and this is where we need to go back to old time, because remember when the vans went to the schools to check your eyes,
Yeah, they
to
still
check
do.
your ears.
Yeah, they do sometimes. You know that?
What van come to
But they have the people come from health and everything and do the ear check and the eye check, and of course our nurse does her job as well. Maybe not to the degree they used to do it. I don't remember how often,
Okay.
but they do it. They do it. These people, yeah, they do it.
And where they came from, the Frederickson Clinic, or they came
So
from?
yeah, sometimes
they-
Project
they-
Say Clinic don't come and people that do. I remember this one gentleman came and did dental. They don't come and do some stuff. They work
That-
through the nurse and so on.
That's why I point out Frederickson Clinic, Mr. Brown,
Yeah.
because I was talking the VI Health Department, not Frederickson Clinic.
But both of them, that's what I'm saying to you. Both of them have done it at Claro Marcos. I know for sure they both have done it. I don't remember
and
Health
I know
Clinic this
for
year,
sure
but they
that
may
I-
have when I was.
I see the health van park up
Yeah.
more than I see it traveling. The subland, the people
No, I
can't
said-
see you laughing.
No, but I just
because
talk
they
about
know-
Claro Marcos.
Yes.
I
And, and I am pointing out to you, consider Claro Marco special.
Cadamarco is a special
Eh?
place.
Yeah,
You know that?
yes, it is. Because I mean, I'm talking about that van going to every school.
Okay, that
Over
I
the
can't
school.
answer. I can't
Eh?
answer that.
No, because this is the way it was. Even high school, I mean, the van came.
Mm.
You understand? To every school and spend time, and therefore the parents one didn't have to worry about taking. Well, not that they worry because I mean,
Mhm.
that's the situation we have now. That we have parents who don't see that early health
Is essential.
exactly, and
Yeah.
that is why it is even more important for the division of public health to fill that gap,
Yeah. And,
which which then controls the long-term problems that arise
right.
when you take care of that from early.
But as you said, Ms. Moore, this requires leadership now that's going to have these types of conversations with the community, even when the community members are going to get upset.
And that's why we send
Yeah.
voicing them so that our
You gotta
audience
have
who
the
is about
courage.
to go asking questions of the candidates that they're thinking and they that we're putting things in their mind to think of to
Yeah,
for these
the
people.
next couple of years are not going to be easy at all for the Virgin Islands. We all see that, and you have to have leaders who are going to be able to explain why they're taking certain positions. Leaders who are going to say, "You might not like the answer I give you, but this is based on dates, time, facts, and figures. This is just my opinion. I've done the research. My staffers have done the research, and I think based on our declining population, based on our decreased tax base." These are the things that we need to do as a community for those of us who want to remain here. That's not going to be popular. That may be the last 60 years we haven't done because we didn't really have to do it. But now we have to do it. And it's going to mean that this may not get paid for this time, or that may not get paid for that time. And that leads Miss Marley into the free tuition because I don't want to go without talking about that. And
Go ahead because I
it's
got
something-
another thing coming up in my mind. Go ahead.
you know, they had the discussion in the legislature. I watched it. I heard it,
They made
read
an
it first,
appropriation.
and they made an appropriation to cover, and then I guess they'll deal with the budget for 2027 and deal with that.
But
Now,
it's definitely a commitment that certain senators have made that free tuition program.
but they
will
need to
continue.
explain that what they're doing is free college.
Mhm.
You understand? Because you know me. This is my whole thing.
Yeah.
My idea, everything. You're going to run into problems, right?
Mhm.
If you're going to use this $3 million as upfront money, Ms. Moorhead.
Mhm.
We're not a sovereign nation. There's the federal government that has the Pell Grants and all that. You just got to fill out the free application for federal student aid or whatever.
Mhm.
If you're going to use that money up front, you're going to run into the same problem. Because if you're going to say, okay, the tuition is $10,000 for one calendar year, one school year,
Mhm.
$5,000 for spring, $5,000 for the fall. That's
Mhm.
10,000,
Mhm.
right? If you're saying you're going to take all the money that the government here gives you for the 10,000,
Mhm.
and then you're going to tell the students, well, fill out the application, and whatever money the federal government gives you, you could use for room and board, food, entertainment, all of that. That's a free college model.
Mhm.
But then how does the government of the Virgin Islands afford that? It's not a last week. It's now doesn't become like, okay, we the federal government will give you 7,500 in the Pell Grants or whatever. Because most of our students historically have received, the different aid from the federal government.
Mhm.
So now you're telling me that we would then cover the 2,500.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a last resort scholarship. They're making this a first resort scholarship. How do you maintain that?
And then they're not.
You can't
and then
maintain
they're
that.
not. They're not following. They're not executing the conditions. And what I'm talking about is, as far as I understand, one, if you don't finish. Two, if you do finish. One, if you don't finish, it becomes a loan.
Mhm.
Whatever you got.
Are the students who finish
Two,
paying it back?
If you do finish, you're supposed to commit to a
Yeah,
certain
work
amount
requirement.
of years.
Yes,
I
the
don't
work requirement.
recall
Yes,
how much
they
is.
broke it down.
But what I'm saying is, I don't see that these things are being followed up,
Well, this is how
and that's what is killing also the pro. Besides the fact that I understand that it also applies to online
Yes,
and
it's part-time.
part time.
Which
So
can
that-
work. Which can work if it's a last resort because you're not going to be using up the 2 million. Again, if you decide we're going to put all the 10,000 into the tuition, you're going to burn through the money. If you're only paying the 2,500, then that means others can come in. You're getting more people in the system because you're not using it to cover everything. It appears the university, and again, I have the law right here. It doesn't say that it cannot be used the way they're doing it. I'm not saying the university is doing anything wrong. What I'm saying is that the rate that the amount of students now who are using the program, the government of the Virgin Islands with all the other expenses can't afford it to be a
The
first
rate
resort.
tripled.
It of course, but this is
Yeah.
what we talked about.
Yeah.
Then you're killing the scholarship component.
Yeah.
If the students want to be able to have additional money for room and board and entertainment, all the things, fill out the scholarships. The Virgin Islands have hundreds of scholarships that nobody's applying for.
Mhm.
That's how you deal with that. But if you're saying you're going to create a free college structure, meaning the government is funding the tuition, the government money is going to be used for room and board, for entertainment. Listen, I know this better than anybody
But
in this
I-
Moorhead.
but I
That's going to be a
thought-
problem.
But I thought, because my understanding was that the students were still encouraged to do the federal application.
But the
whatever.
president said some of them wasn't before her. I don't know how that happened because everyone's supposed to fill it out regardless.
Yeah, and then it was my understanding that UVI did apply that first.
That's what I thought too.
So this is what I'm telling you. That is the execution of things that is the
It's
problem.
It is.
That kills programs all the time. That not just this one, but any good program. That's the problem. We have people who are working who cut corners.
I said the VLA is correct. They're gonna have to change the law and amend the law to probably put in that this scholarship is a last resort scholarship. That you cannot use that to just say, okay, you meet these requirements, the 2.5, whatever, you went to school here and whatever, and then you can just get the scholarship money.
It's
They have to
something I
change
would
it.
like to see him, and hopefully maybe there's time that that's something he have drafted
I think
to deal with before the end of the year,
yeah, he said gonna be. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's what's gonna happen.
because it's something that a new set would not necessarily see the full scope. It has to be done with these
Yeah,
people who are sitting
Yeah,
there
you
now.
want more students to use the resource.
Yeah.
You don't want to run any deficit. Free
Yeah.
tuition should never run a deficit. That means you're creating a free. That's what remember me and we had that discussion about the governor talking about we have free college in the Virgin Islands,
Yeah.
like 2 or 3 times. Like, I don't understand what he's saying
Yeah.
because the law doesn't
I
talk
don't
about
think,
free
yeah,
college.
I don't know.
Well, I see what he's saying. No, he's right. I mean, he's right. If that's what the university was doing with the free tuition and the free tuition plus, he is right. It's a free college, almost a free college structure. But can you afford that with all now the requirements? Clearly they can. So they're gonna have to amend the law and say, listen, that's a last
But I
resort.
am saying I don't think he understands because his partner
Right.
who
With
gets
the-
the claim for created.
I don't
I
know
don't
about that.
believe that that's what he created. That was his intention in the creation. So communication lacking someplace.
Yeah, I won't get into that. I've spoken to Lieutenant Governor Roach about that because I mean, and he
And
is,
didn't he have a different concept of what with the federal being the prime?
I'm not sure. Our conversation wasn't deep.
Oh,
And
okay.
he truthfully, he in regards to the legislative aspect, he is the one that got the legislation before. It was supposed to be Senator Sanis, but that's a whole nother story. But he was smart enough, Senator Roach at the time, to realize where this was going, and he made sure he got it in first for the
Plus,
primary
he had
sponsorship.
gotten
So that's the truth.
plus he had gotten hint of it from a discussion with Fifth Constitution
Right,
delegates.
right. And
concerning-
you guys had a conversation with who?
Yes.
With me, right?
with that, yes. and we
Okay.
have a- but we had a conversation with Roach and
Yes.
Reverend Raxter
Of course.
concerning free tuition.
Right. Remember, you were there with the hearing, Adele, but Brian and myself, and we were talking about it. And then you guys were the first body
Yeah.
to then in the Virgin Islands to acknowledge to move that to make it legislation.
But-
Senator Roach
But
took
we
it on.
had put the weight on the lottery,
Yeah, that's what you guys put
not
in
the
it.
general, yes.
But now they move it to the
So
general
that's,
fund,
that,
which
and that was the problem that Roach created.
See,
And I guess because he wanted to make his idea look original, so he couldn't take.
yeah,
Well, the
but
Fifth
Tennessee had
Constitution.
already implemented it, you know,
Yeah.
with their they use lottery.
Hello. When we talk original, we say outside the territory.
Oh,
Everybody inside the
It's a
territory.
territory. No, make sure make it original, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
But in other nations that are doing it, they make it a first resort scholarship because they're sovereign. They know there is no administering power. There's no United States that gives any help like that. So
Mm.
when they do their programs, their free tuition program, yeah, it looks exactly the way it's structured, where we gonna pay the tuition for you.
No.
But it work. But you got again, these are in their country. You ain't going outside the country. You could do that in the VI. You could
Yeah.
jump on the plane the next minute and you gone. In other places, no. We give you this. You're gonna be here. You're going
Yeah.
to work. You're going to pay taxes. You're going to be a contributing member. That's another issue.
and,
for the
and
VI.
I'm sure if we look to enforcing the conditions, that would help a little bit with the
They
program.
have to.
And I'm talking about, I'm sure there are people who have gone, catch a plane and gone
Probably. That's
elsewhere,
not right.
and there are those who
There are people who stay.
who transferred even,
Yeah.
did the 2 years here freedom, went someplace else to finish up, and we see.
Yeah.
But that's our fault.
You got and the
Yeah.
check on labor.
And I say our fault because I have seen that problem in the Board of Education financially, I mean, I tried and got in trouble with Morris de Castro scholarship. You know how many people got the Morris de Castro scholarship and just walked?
No, that's not right. I mean, if it's a scholarship that you have to give something back, like the free tuition, you should give it back. And I know a lot of students
And
have
that was
decided to do that.
$40-something.
That's not good. It's not good because because you're getting an opportunity to help the community. And I don't know the structure of that particular scholarship, but if with the free tuition, there is a work requirement. You get X amount of money, you have to do X amount of time. If it's based on how much money you get, you should fulfill that obligation to help the ones that come behind of you. It is something that in most other places in the United States, which we're under the flag, they're not offering, or they're offering it with an income requirement.
Yeah.
If your parents make 60,000 or less, we'll help you on this, or 200. We don't do that
Right.
because we know our situation here. Things happen to families all the time. So we're helping you to get a leg up compared to many other parts of the world. And the least you should do is finish that requirement because only 3-4 years or whatever, it's going to go by. And then you could take off and go wherever you want to go.
But as I say, it's our fault that we don't
Well,
really enforce.
I think Senator Viola and the other senators realize it is so popular they can't stop it. I mentioned this before. If you're going to do this, I did it in the hearing in 2018 or 2019 in St. Thomas. My wife was there and President Hall and his team was there. I said, once you start this, it almost becomes impossible to stop. It creates catastrophe from primary all the way up to post-secondary.
Yeah.
It just does. And the president, I think Ms. George is her name, for UVI, she said the same thing. If we drop it now, it's going to cause catastrophe. And she said that to Senator Milton Potter, and everybody sees it. So I understand that I think they allocated some money for it. They're going to pay the deficit.
Yeah.
But as Senator Viola said, he's right. We got to deal with this. We got to clean up the law. We see how popular it is. We see the good at that it is. But you don't want students to believe, okay, I gain room and board, I gain food, I gain everything paid for, and I don't need to apply to get scholarships and other things. That's not what it was for.
There's another law on education saying they need to clean up too. They need to clean up these laws before the end of the year. That's the one with the bureau.
The Bureau of Maintenance?
Yeah.
What happened with the Bureau of Maintenance?
Hey, hello, why is it under the governor?
What? Say that again?
Why is it under the office of the governor?
So what you believe it's supposed to be under the Office of Department of Education?
Public Works.
Public Works.
Yeah.
You know you're going to get pushed back on that, right?
I mean, you're talking maintenance, repairs, construction. Common sense. What department deals with that?
Yeah, Public Works deal with that a lot.
That's
their
the
job.
main, exactly.
That's their job.
Exactly. So why you putting it under the governor who might not even know
About the maintenance.
exactly
Well,
and has no idea if an estimate he's looking at is ridiculous or not.
This is why maintenance, my dad, like I said, plumber. My dad always say, I ain't listening to you. He would always tell me that. I like, well, I used to tell him, well, I don't know nothing about plumbing, not into. He said, that's why. Those men and women in that field, they know what to do. I don't have a clue. And I shouldn't be giving anybody orders on how to fix anything, because I'm not, give me a nail and a hammer, it's going to be a problem. Because I'm not, that's just not my orientation. I pay people to do those things because they know what they're doing.
Yes.
I'm not going to injure myself trying to
Yeah.
prove anything to anybody. Take a hammer, the nail hit me in the eye. Now I got one problem, a big patch over my eye. No, I'm going to pay the people who know what they're doing. And that was my dad's point. You pay the people and you let us deal with these problems because we have the training and we know how to talk to each other. Sometimes they'll talk with people in that field, they'll talk rough to each other, but they're not cussing. I learned this with just being around my dad. They're like, you ain't I was like, what is person talking? And it's just that's the way they communicate. Ain't nothing offensive, nothing about it. But if you don't know it, you gain up. Oh wow, this person hostile towards me. It's not that. That's just their orientation. They know what they're doing.
And they'll have an argument even over a quartage. Why you take a quartage? You don't think it better.
And you're like, what are you right?
Yeah.
That's just them.
Yeah.
So they know what to do, and people
And
who
the
don't.
only person who understands that language is Public Works.
Okay.
Not the governor and not the commissioner who you said you create the bureau to begin with so that she can focus on academics.
That's what was
so
said.
then why the hell you leave her there still controlling it?
So that whole structure should be under Public Works, and the Public Works Commissioner is the one who has control over the workers under the maintenance division for schools. That's what you're thinking?
That's not big. I mean, my point is if you're putting it someplace, that is where you should put it. Okay.
Well, it's a discussion that somebody have better than put forward.
But I think it's something that needs to happen immediate because we have seen it's not working.
Well, we better do it. We better do something because the new schools are coming and maintenance can be right there behind of it. New schools don't mean you don't have maintenance.
And every time you ask,
you gotta have maintenance.
And you've seen the hearing. They ask the what they call him, the director of bureau. So oh, that is not under me. That's under
right. Right. He's right. It's not me. And I'm not going to answer. I don't know. He's right. Sometimes these people know what they're saying, you know, Miss Morehead. I'm answering you.
And this is why I'm saying move the blasting thing.
People don't understand when you say things on the record, it remains for, for centuries. It could remain for centuries. People look it up. I found documents from the 1700s, the 1600s. They're like, wow, I didn't know. Yeah, and it's there, people say. So when you're on the record in the legislature and you say something that you know, you can haunt you. So when I look at those hearings, a lot of times the people say, I can't answer that. That's not my responsibility. Sometimes the senators get upset, but I'm not sure why they're getting upset for, because that is not the person's responsibility. It is not the person's responsibility.
And that is why I'm saying
I'm not going to answer you.
Move it one time where it goes, where somebody who understands it is responsible.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You know, instead of you got somebody, you're paying, and all he's saying is, me got nothing to do with it.
Right, because the maintenance folks in the department are some of the hardest work. I could tell you, some of the hardest working people out there. They work very, very hard. And folks try to blame at them when it's really not their fault. I mean, like I said, these buildings are old. And just not just it's education, almost everywhere. The buildings are old and it requires a lot of money and a lot of skill. Some of these folks are dealing with these buildings, and these buildings are dangerous.
The part they have to figure out, and I haven't seen how to do that yet. The part they have to figure out is that we do need that somehow there is some maintenance person position at the facility, but answer some kind of way to the principal. Because you can't have a person there, but the principal needs something done, but he got called out someplace in the bureau to find out if he can deal with it.
Well, I've seen.
So it's that. Oh, we have a call. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon once again, Ms. Morehead and Dr. Brown. I want to ask you a quick question, Ms. Moore. I just went to the store and I saw some children. I've been seeing them. They must be have a facility around here. What's it? A Becca school system? Is that a kind of learning system?
Yeah, it's highly encouraged, and that is the one that they say is best for the teaching of reading.
Oh, okay. I started some students with like that on the sweatshirt. So
A lot of the church schools around here use that system.
so is that something you would encourage the Board of Education to look into for public schools?
I don't know why I would have to encourage anybody to do it.
I I just say that you know that I know that's your Achilles heel. I know that is
Reading, Mr. Grant, reading is not my thing. Okay, I was on the secondary level. To be perfectly honest, my area is a sentence structure and composition.
no. I would say
Eh?
education.
Yeah, but
Not
they just and I'm pointing out to you because I have a degree in education with English, but it does not mean because when I got students in my class in ninth grade, and I determined that they had a problem with reading comprehension, I went and I could call a woman named Miss LaRock. She was the assistant principal at the time, and I tell her, look it. This young man needs to get some instruction in reading to bring him up. I don't know how to teach people to read.
well, that would be early education, right?
Yeah.
Um, where are we going with education in the world now? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because if I keep hearing everybody talking about proficiency and where we are several grade levels below where we're supposed to be, how do we get them up to speed, Dr. Brown?
Well, like I said, on the primary level, you have to do a lot of reading, extensive amount of reading, centered amount of critical thinking, moving away from multiple choice questions and more of how did you solve this problem? How do you think we can solve this problem? And that not just in, we talk about knowing the multiplication, that's all good and great, but applying it, like I said, if you have 10 apples at 10 cents and you sell all of the apples, how much money would you make? You have to get to those kinds of levels of thinking and involvement in order for the primary level, I think, for the students to do well. Like I said, when you start now looking at the assessments and how the high school students are doing, you see on the secondary level, they're doing a lot better. But again, that's because, again, you're almost going into the workforce. You're starting to develop your interests, like really sit down. Do I want to be an engineer? Do I want to be a counselor? Should I look for someone to be my mentor? It's just a different, situation compared to primary and secondary. So I, a lot of folks are spending a whole lot of money trying to fix, certain problems really and truly, Miss Moore, that really it doesn't change. If you can read, you can read. If you can critically think, you can critically. That doesn't require millions and millions. Either you can do it or you can't. And if you can't do it, how can we help you to do better and get to that point?
And sometimes it's
easier?
just a
That's
training.
it.
Sometimes it's just a training of the mind because
It is.
I did experience with on the secondary level that discussions because I always welcome discussions. We had the day when you pick something out of the newspaper and we'd have
That's
a
wonderful.
discussion and that kind of thing.
Yes, current
but
events, everything.
yeah, and it would always start out that there were some children who were afraid to speak up, for whatever reason. But as things going on, and they realized it was just a matter of you voice your opinion and be able to back it up
Right.
with reasoning, that they realized that it wasn't all that difficult. And that is the analytical thinking. And that's something that, as I said, I think the problem we're having now is because I'm seeing more and more when I visit schools, I'm seeing less and less conversation, less and less discussion.
Yeah.
So so it's just a matter. Everybody they on a, what you call them, the white name board,
Which board?
the board that they have hanging, that they project things on or
Oh, the
whatever.
Promethean board?
The Promethean board, or they're on a laptop or they're on a phone. Okay, so it's not, there's no discussion.
Uh, my other question, this is either you or Dr. Brown could address this. Now, with artificial intelligence among us, how is the teaching profession gonna? I mean, if you could determine that, sure, because if a student in the classroom is not doing well, but then you give them homework, and they come back in and they have 100% proficiency, then you know that they got some sort of a system. With artificial intelligence, Dr. Brown,
Mm-hmm.
where you can Google this and Google that, how is the Board of Education, the teaching profession, how do they deal with this to make sure that the students are actually learning and not just looking up answers for exams?
Well, this is, I think Ms. Marta kind of answered that earlier, Carla, in that this is something
Oh, okay.
that, but let me add my piece to it. Because this is where the Board of Education, the Department of Education will have to work in a collaborative fashion, and one, bring in the consultants to give the board members greater information on what is going on with AI as it relates to education, and then develop policies in regards to what is acceptable or not acceptable. Because, like I said, if a student is writing, and I do it, and many other researchers, many of us do it, we write out the information. We do our own work, and then you say, give it to ChatGPT or whatever, and the AI comes back and really, in essence, fine tune it, makes your statements clearer. So you may have a student that does that, and the student tells you, "Well, I did it. I did it. I just had the AI help me fine tune it."
Mhm.
That's very different than, "I don't want you using any type of AI." So that's where the teacher may have to make that clear, or the Board of Education with the department that says any material that is done, we don't even want the AI to assist. We want to see what you can do. It's okay how you do it. We just want you to do it without any assistance. Those things need to be explained to the students and the parents, because right now many students and parents and researchers, counselors, all of us are going to these tools and putting our information in to get back information. And that may not be acceptable in a learning environment like a school system, where you want to see original thinking from the students. You don't want the AI necessarily to help them to fine tune anything. You just want to see how they're writing, to see their writing skills.
Well, back to the PTA, is that still an issue, getting parents involved? I don't know how they address that, to get the parents to be more concerned and involved and engaged with their children's education, not just to go and pick up a report card.
Correct.
But try. I mean, you might not be able to keep up with them depending on your educational levels, but if you make sure that they do their homework, even if they need some assistance, tutorial. How is tutorial service? I mean, is anybody providing that? A parent might be busy. I don't have the time. I have 2 jobs. I have to be able to put food on the table. I have to pay my water bill. I don't have time to sit down with my child. But my child needs work with mathematics. They need work with whatever it is. Do we have?
But that's a cost, That's a cost. That's a cost. And a parent can afford that, especially the single parent household cannot afford that.
Well, maybe this where these EDC companies that get these tax breaks, maybe they could help fund something like this.
Well, the department has what they call 21st century federal grant money that they use. That's what funds the the
After
majority
school.
of the after school program. The problem I have with them is that usually they limit the number to 30,
Okay.
and they use the tier one students. Now, what they call the tier one, Mr. Grant, are those students who are just shy of being proficient by the assessment.
Okay.
Okay, as compared to tier two or three, who are percentages below the assessment.
Okay.
And my problem with it is that I see them doing that in order to improve their data. Because when they address tier one, when that summer program or that after school program is finished, chances are that they are hoping the majority, if not all of those students, have accomplished and have moved into the proficient sector.
Yeah.
Because they were just maybe a percentage of, or that kind of thing. But my thing is, I would like to see those who are less deficient getting the help than the ones who are just borderline.
Well, I just, Ms. Moore, I just wanted to, and I'm sure you and Dr. Brown would agree that education is a foundation for life. If we don't have a rounded education, if we don't have a solid foundation, you cannot build anything on that. I can't see, I don't know.
You need to tell your governor that.
My mother, father.
Hello, you need to tell your
I was
governor
waiting for
that.
that.
You need to send an email to tell your governor that.
But he would
Listen, I tried to one. How do people get it? I mean, I don't know. Sometimes it's just mind-boggling because people of my age. I'm 62. That my generation. My parents. I come from old school, and they wanted better for us, their children, and it started with education.
Yeah.
My mother was no nonsense. So I don't know if it's the parents of this generation or is it the professionals.
Well, we would want to believe that the majority of the parents want the same thing you just said.
Of course,
Our
they do.
parents want
They do.
the majority.
Yes,
But
they
then in any society, there's always that segment.
Yeah, and we gotta keep in mind, we oftentimes, and that's just human nature. We complain about a lot of things in the vagina because as human beings, we just complain. That's just part of life. But we still have one of the highest quality of lives on the planet, and that can be deceptive too because you believe you're always going to have that quality of life, and when it starts to change, you don't know what to do because you're not prepared and you don't know the history of the people before who had to struggle to get where you now enjoy these fruits and these, all the joy that comes with what you have. So now when you don't have it, you're crumbling, you're angry, you're upset because you're like, what happened? And this person to blame that person, it's because you're not keeping up on the changes. To prepare yourself, like I said, Malcolm X said, you got to keep preparing yourself for the changes. So then when it happens, you're not, falling apart. And education is like that. It's more and more requirements that are coming to the schools, coming to the administrators, coming to the counselors, all of these things. But at the same time, you have to compensate us. If you want the schools to stay open later, you got to compensate people. Then you have to make sure they're qualified. Make sure they don't have any record with all the problems we see with issues with children. You don't want anyone coming in hurting the children. All of those things come into play. And we haven't really had that discussion, I think, as to, but now we have to. Because a lot of parents are going to now have to work.
Well, that's
and
why
the children going to be running around loose. And
well, that's why
there you go.
my candidate list does not include anybody who had any association with any pedophile.
I know you were going to say, I had a feeling that was coming. But it's an issue. It's an issue. It's an issue that
Eh?
everywhere people.
Not
have
because
it.
I mean,
It's a serious issue.
people don't say you may be, yes, you're fine with sheltering and protecting your own child, but I have to question what about your, what is your determination? What is your morals? What is your
All of those
guideline
things.
with dealing somebody children that are not related to you?
Right.
That's questionable.
We Carla, we have to ask some real tough questions over the next 10, 12 years.
Yeah.
And it
No,
starts now.
over the next 10,
The 10 months?
not even 10 months. We don't have to.
Yes.
So is the electorate ready to vet these prospective candidates, or are we just gonna let them put up social media posts and posters and just do a t-shirt?
That's what they've been doing already. The social media is like crazy.
Social media is gonna dominate because social media gives you the opportunity to tell the public what you want to tell the public. When you're in a public forum or you're debating someone and people are asking you questions, that's a very different format. And so the public has to be ready to ask the folks that we have over 100 individuals running for various positions. What makes you qualify to run for this position and get elected into this position? No disrespect to you, but just are you ready for this position? And based on some of the answers that I'm seeing from folks, they're good people, but they're just going in saying, well, I want to learn the process. And I think, and really and truly, that's not how it works.
And telling
That's not how it
us,
works.
just repeating the problem
Yeah.
that we already know
No,
and the concerns. But it works. The strategy
worked.
works
It
because
has
I
worked,
look
yes.
at people when they do this, and I look at people and look around, and it's like people are nodding and agreeing because, yes, you know the problem, but you don't realize that they're just simply vocalizing it, but not giving you any solution.
Well, as I tell folks, Ms. Moorhead, if you go to politicians are an interesting group. They're the only group, again, that really don't have to necessarily give a specific answer to the problem and still get elected.
And that's what
You
they've been
understand what I'm
doing.
saying? But at the end of the day, this is how we as a people should think. If you have a car and your car is giving you problems, you go to the mechanic. You tell the mechanic, my car is giving me problems. These are the sounds I'm hearing, everything. The mechanic tells you, come back in 4 hours. I'm going to tell you whatever. You come back in 4 hours, the mechanic tells you, your car has a problem. Okay, what's the problem? Your car has a problem. I guarantee you, by the second time he or she tells you, your car has a problem, give me my keys. I'm going to another mechanic to get the answer. Same thing with a doctor. I feel a lump here, doc. It's hurting me. It's really bad. The doctor say, okay, I'm going to do the x-ray. You do the x-ray, the doctor tells you have a lump. I could feel it. What does it mean? Is it benign, malignant? What's going on? The doctor, you got a lump, Brown. You got a lump. Let me get out of here. Deborah, let's go home or something. I got a friend another. Most of us would do that.
Yes.
But when a politician tells you they have a healthcare crisis, I gonna vote for you. Why? You ain't telling me anything I don't know.
And sometimes I don't know, but it seems like it's intimidation that because you're aspiring for this title, that I'm afraid to ask you certain things.
Great nonsense.
Okay? Because
nonsense.
Now the one who looks to ask, I've been in a situation in crowd where I hear people say,
you the problem.
Yeah, because you might go ask the question. But then when you ask the question and they, and you continue, maybe you
people
think,
say, yeah, I wanted to ask the question. Yes. So, I know at the end of the day, how much the problem here? She's a problem. She needs to get out. You ask the question, and they're like, okay, I wanted to ask that question. Good question, but you just said, maybe I need to get out the building. But that's what happened.
But this is what is important for us to somehow control that not to happen now.
Right.
Because we really got to be serious about vetting now.
Right.
And it's great that we have such a long, some people are criticizing the fact that we got a lot of candidates.
No.
I think it's great.
It's awesome.
We should have had more.
It's awesome.
But and this is why we have to talk for people because it is again the deficiency in our public education that our people are ignorant as to what is their rights and what they should be looking for.
Yeah, because go ahead, Carla. Sorry.
Mr. Grant, you there?
Okay.
Sorry, I just had you two because the doorbell rang and I had to do it and I didn't want you to come over the bed.
No problem. But that ties in.
Yeah.
But that ties into Miss Moorhead and Mr. The Republican from. Go ahead, Mr. Grant. Let me let you go
We're
ahead.
talking about vetted prospective candidates. So we need like forums. People is like the League of Women Voters. Is that
Yes.
Hello.
It's still there.
That-
It's still there.
That's a bad one on my program.
The League of Women
Oh
Voters.
God, I can't take that woman. Hello.
She's
All they do is Mr. Grant. League,
Yeah.
what is the purpose of League of Women Voters as you know it? What is supposed to be the purpose? Their mission, their
I
role.
think I know the purposes like that. They were there to help facilitate the electoral process.
Hello. They don't facilitate a blasted thing. They come every election year and they do a what they call a debate that isn't a debate, what they call a forum that isn't a forum, and then they make themselves look important. And they don't ask probing questions. But even more than that, League of Women Voters on the national scene, any place, is supposed to be in the work of helping people understand the importance of registering and being voters. They don't do that here.
Okay. I had no idea.
And the woman been running the blasted thing ever since it started.
Forum are big that the voters can see, well, okay, if this person haven't presented a platform, then, you know, it's different when you public speaking and your adrenaline is going and you're looking into the eyes of a potential voter and they're asking you questions that you might not be able to address. So this might be a way to eliminate some of the candidates to say, listen, let me see what your priorities are. How do you intend to get this to come to fruition? Are you familiar with parliamentary procedures? I don't want to hear, well, it's going to take me a year before I find out, you know, how to do this and how to do that. No, all of these things you should be learning. You should know. So if duly elected, you can hit the ground running. And these are questions that need to be posed to these prospective candidates. Even the what's the term for people that already sitting in office?
The incumbents.
Yeah.
The incumbents.
Mr. Grant.
The incumbents, the incumbents was given the opportunity. And, you know, I could name several senators that's been in there 6, 7 terms, and you can't tell me one thing, one piece of legislation that they have proposed, have written any bill, anything that has been signed into constituents, signed into law, excuse me. And, you know, we need to get the younger people involved.
Well, Mr. Grant, we need to, pardon the interruption, but I'm just recalling because I went last evening to a town meeting. It was labeled as a town meeting for the CTEC board, the Career and Technical Board. Okay, and this lady, after they made a presentation, was pointing out that she's a teacher, a business teacher, and has no books and never seen curriculum, this, that, whatever. And she started blasting the senators because there was one senator sitting in the room. Let's make sure there were former senator in the room, and there are aspirants for senator. Nobody stopped the lady to correct and clarify the fact that her concern, her problem, had nothing to do with the senator. And I sitting there waiting even for a board member to address the lady in the problem. Nobody did. I had to point out in my commentary that look it, the senators appropriate funding.
There you go.
Okay, if they appropriated the funding for CTEC that included funding for textbooks or
There
resources,
lies there.
it is not their problem when the executive branch or whoever does not execute and provide
Those
the
resources.
resources.
That is fact.
Don't beat on the senator, beat on the person who is supposed to execute the funding.
And if the funding is provided and then whoever is responsible to get the material doesn't get it, that's a problem. Because the funding may be there, the executive, whoever the executive may be, may say, go ahead, school official, wherever, you have the funding, but then that person or whoever doesn't follow through, that's on the administrator. That's on the council, if it's the council responsible, whoever it is, the accountant, whoever. A lot of times folks assume it's the senator's fault because they don't, but that's not the senator's job.
But again, this
They don't
goes
know
back to
the
the
structure.
deficiency
Well,
with
that's-
our public
I don't-
education via history and civics class. You know, that's the deficiency there. But the point is, when something happens, why is it that the people in the room who know better don't
They're
make?
afraid.
What do you mean they're afraid? What might happen?
They're afraid.
Nobody ain't
They're
gonna
frightened.
so not cheer after me last night.
But that's because they're frightened that this is a voter that if they get hostile, maybe somebody in the room taping to see if they're gonna put it on Facebook or whoever and say, look how the senator acting towards that person who's just asking a question. It don't happen. So let me just shut my mouth, sit down there, and let me take it because I don't want to end up on a social media post where people gonna say, look
Okay.
how rude he is to the
Okay.
person.
So then why did one of the board members for CTEC who's sitting up in the front, then why didn't they make the correction?
I don't know. I don't know.
And this is the problem we have, Mr. Grant, that adds to our poor leadership because things are mispresented and whatever, or not fully presented, and nobody volunteers.
To educate the person
Yes.
so they're knowledgeable. That's
We
what-
just continue the ignorance.
I want to ask this question.
Go ahead.
The legislature, as you know, is the purse strings of the government. So if they appropriate some maybe monies for education, and it's specified it's for this intended purpose. But once it goes to the executive branch, the governor says, you know what? We are paying this money, and I need to use it for something else over here. But it's already appropriated and specified the AMR to put this in. Wouldn't it be the legislature whose job it is to have regulatory oversight now to hold the executive branch to say, no, this money was appropriated say, for maintenance of the school. So as soon as school is out, like school is out now, June, July, we're gonna go in there. We already have a plan. We know we're gonna do this. Is what needs to get done. That the schools would be appropriate for when the students and the teachers and faculty come back in August. I mean, if the executive branch takes the money that's already appropriated for something and uses it for something else, wouldn't it be up to the legislature now to hold them accountable? But if we are playing this politics, we are Democrats, so because the governor, lieutenant governor, Democrats, and the majority in the Central Democrats, we let them get away with stuff like this.
And
But it's not benefiting the children.
well,
If
Miss,
you play politics, yes, go ahead, Mr. Moore.
I want to insert something because I haven't seen it, but the way it's been explained, I believe the oath that all the Democratic candidates had to sign to be eligible to use the Democratic registration to be a candidate. I believe that would stop somehow
Okay.
from because it's like you can't attack somebody in your party. That kind of thing. I'm waiting to be able. I asked someone if they would forward me a copy of this thing they signed because they signed some kind of and the only question I ask, is it a commitment to a party or commitment to people or commitment to a platform? Even that answer I couldn't get.
That's gonna be a problem, you know.
Okay. And the reason I'm saying that, Mr. Grant, you look like you forget. Okay.
Everything cause problems in
Albert Bryan do that 3 times. The first time was the 45 million that he used to pay the gas bill.
Mm.
You remember?
Oh yeah. For Vita, when the
Right.
Yawanda, I think it was Yawanda, some 100%.
That was a line item appropriation. The next one was the 25 million for my retro.
That was for the retirees.
Yes, that was again an itemized appropriation for 25 million to be shared with the retirees from the 90s. And they took the money to make up payroll after he raised all the salary of his cabinet members. You remember?
Yeah,
Executives do it all the time.
Okay? And what the audience need to understand is that any one senator or as a institution, the entire legislature
Correct.
could have taken the governor to court
That's all.
because he violated the VI code. None did anything.
That's what I'm saying.
And what I'm saying is, I believe now this thing that Carol got them signed will even put more of a problem in them doing anything.
When you say Carol, it's about Carol Burke.
Yeah, and she can create the whole thing. She talk about territorial committee. Is she running the whole blast? Yeah.
We have ICMers as independent, that's part of the legislative body, right? They're not
Hello, for decades, Mr. Grant, you ain't paying attention.
about the case.
Mr. Grant, you ain't paying attention. For decades, the Democratic Party has held the majority in the legislature.
But you're saying it doesn't take the majority of senators to file a case with the judiciary if like you said, this was a line item and it was specifically line itemized to say it's going for this, and you, like for instance, you were talking about the money for the retirees. That is some over 30-something years past due.
Well, tell me something. I could identify a ton load of retirees that they're supporting that team with Mr. Potter right there. He president now. He was the president when that happened. Okay? And he is the second man on the ticket with Plaskett and Potter. I see a bunch of retirees jumping up behind them in the agriculture fair. And I want to ask them how forget this man that the governor take our money.
Well, a lot of them older people, they might be fourth or second stage dementia, so they might remember.
They might be the what?
Nothing.
What did he just say?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing.
Losing some of their memories. So, with dementia, you lose your not your long-term memory, but your short-term memory. So something does happen recently, unless it's kept being repetitive, then you might. But that's still not an excuse. I'm not looking for excuses.
People just do not connect the dots when it comes to government and politics. Because there's a lot of dots to connect.
It's a lot.
With
You have to know the process.
that is
You gotta know the
that's
process.
and that's the problem.
And when you don't know the process, then anybody could come and manipulate you.
Yeah.
Because they're going to tell you things and because you like them.
Yeah.
And when somebody else comes and tells you the process, you feel away because you're like, oh, you insulted me or you showing me something I thought I knew or I should have known or I trusted this person who was telling me, but they weren't telling me the truth. So you want to shut that person up and go right back to the person that you like.
Yeah.
That's what stops us from a lot of times doing, I like you,
Yeah.
And if I say something on the air or whatever, and it might sound bad, now you get your feelings, and they tell, oh, you don't like me, Brown. And I thought we were this, and I thought, but that's not it. It's not about liking or disliking
Yeah.
you. That's your job.
Yeah.
And it's my job. I can always tell everybody as an activist, to challenge everybody.
Yeah.
It's not personal. I don't eat and drink with you. It's not personal. This
Yeah.
is something that is important to me as an activist, and I am going to bring it up and address it. You can give me your best answer. I'm not taking it personal. But a lot of times folks take it very personal.
Yes.
Like you're attacking them.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, you holding this job.
Yeah.
And if you can't do the job, then move on and do something that you feel that's best for you. But don't expect me to sit here and just allow you to tell me no, and I gonna just sit there and agree with you. And that's one of the biggest problems in the world. People feel if I challenge leadership, that's bad. That's not bad. That's you just being a good citizen.
Yeah.
Just as long as you don't get disrespectful, start cussing. I know your mother. No. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about just ask your question and expect a decent answer.
Mr. Grant, I don't know because I know that some of these presentations have included what they call it in streaming,
Yeah, streaming.
which is
Video.
even a problem that I have because I attended who it was now, Road Francis.
Oh, you were there?
And for listening audience,
St.
let me,
Thomas?
hello, listening audience, let me make the clarity. People who know me know that for decades, years, I go to every function regardless of party affiliation.
That's true.
Okay? Because my point is, I want to hear what everybody
Of course,
says.
I have to say.
Okay. So I went, yes, because that's the first one I know of. And let me make a clarity first. Because earlier in the week or whatever, there was an announcement of one over at Lorraine
Mm-hmm.
for the Fred Gregory Moorhead.
The Moorhead team.
But here is a problem. It said, meet and greet supporters.
Oh, okay.
And I had never seen that.
Okay.
My thing, and then because I addressed somebody in the campaign and I said, I wanted to go, but you said supporters. I am not a supporter. I am an interested voter.
And that's a big
Oh, well,
difference.
that ain't a big thing. No.
It
I
is a
said,
difference.
It is,
It's a difference.
definitely.
It's a
I
difference.
said, I've never seen a meet and greet directed to supporters
Right.
exclusively.
Which is fine.
Yes,
It's fine.
if that's what you want to
It's
keep it.
different. Yeah.
No. So I did not attend the Fred Gregory Moorhead presentation that
Okay.
happened, I think it was last weekend or something like that.
Okay.
But the next one came out, Road Francis, I went. But I had a problem in that these presentations are happening in St. Thomas. And then the video thing, how you call that? When
The
you're
screen?
watching them on a screen
Yeah. The
in St.
projection.
Croix
Mm-hmm.
at the same time.
Yeah. The live
You
stream.
mean like Zoom?
No, talking about the live stream.
It's a live.
Oh, like same thing.
Yeah, because it's happening live.
Yeah, the live
But
stream.
tell me something, Mr. Grant. What happened to the OM? And this is an old time thing. Yes, I think it is a good thing that you come in person in St. Croix after you're done with St. Thomas.
That's expense, Miss Moore.
And hello, you
That's
said you
expensive.
want to run the
I
territory.
get you. But
If
that's
you
expensive.
can't plan and you don't know how to deal with that, to raise the money to do that, and I must let you run the territory
That's a private jet,
when
that's
you
money.
can't even create what you need in order to do the campaign.
Well, that's what happened to a lot of people.
And then you
Money.
know what kept happening? I don't know if it was the internet or what the
The lights
plastic
keep going
thing
out,
keep
right?
going.
The lights went out.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the danger of live stream.
But why is it that you couldn't do that then? And I forget what day was that, Saturday?
I think it was on Saturday
Yeah,
or Sunday, one of them.
whatever. But my thing is, do it then, and then next Saturday you come to St. Croix.
That's expense, Miss Moorhead. I keep telling you, that's expense.
Expense that they used to do.
We can't forget St. John because
Yeah,
Exactly.
okay, I
Exactly.
said,
bro,
I got a
Exactly.
problem, St. John too.
you go to St. Thomas, St. Croix, then
they used to do it. So how you going to tell me that now because of technology you going to change the rest of week?
No, because remember, and what they have to realize is that everybody, for instance, Ms. Moorhead, your brother is exhibiting. He's not into social media. He doesn't have smart gadgets and devices, right?
Right.
I've heard him say this numerous times.
Yeah.
So, all the people that might be your brother's peers, their technology might be old, but it's still functioning. It's got a range that we using that right now.
Uh-huh.
And that is still the primary way to get
Radio still.
to
Yes.
the masses of people in the program. But you still have to come to each jurisdiction,
Of
each
course.
island.
Yeah.
If you're running for a territorial position, like delegate at large
Yeah.
in the gubernatorial race, you have to come to St. Croix and you have to go to St.
Yeah.
John as well. You can't just sit in St. Thomas and like scream and say, well, if they can see on the screen, well, that's it. No, because if that's your attitude, well, then if we catch you on the screen, me will catch you in the
Well, that's
box either.
that's the new thing, Mr. Grant. And
Really?
seemingly this is going to be the practice with all these candidates.
Yeah. Yes. That's what's gonna happen. It's an
That's the thing,
expense.
and let me just add this quickly because there's opposition to paper ballots, right, in the Virgin Islands. Now, from what this person I keep heard saying, oh, by using this digital forum, we can what's the word? When count the votes up, I forget what's the term.
The tabulator.
The tabulator. Good, thank you. Now, Ms. Moore, you know that there's jurisdictions in America like Rhode Island and certain places that still use paper ballots.
Yeah.
And they count by hand.
Yeah. I know.
So, for that is a lame excuse to say, well, oh, we are using modern technology now. But more, when you look at the amount of votes that cast during the electoral cycle, do we have more than 30,000 votes?
No.
Normally, I mean, only in the gubernatorial race when more people are participating, right, every 4 years. But we still don't have at least 30,000 votes cast. So what I'm saying is that we could still count those by hand and be proficient. So to say we need the tabulator, that's like, oh, all of a sudden we need the calculator. We can't do multiplication. We can't add and subtract, multiply and divide. I mean, hey. So I just wanted to toss that in there because there's a person that every time I hear like, Miss, do you realize anything that's digital could be hacked?
Yeah, and they say we're going backwards.
You know, one of the things that's going to circulate the internet now was that 2 years ago that through Mr. Elon Musk and his SpaceX and I forget what the other platform here. They were just saying now that these platforms was used in the election to help Trump win.
Let me just give you these numbers, Mr. Grant, before you leave. As of March 17th, and this is from the election system because when we had that training that they did for people who have to fill out the nomination petition, they sent us this information afterwards. Okay. That's of March 17, 2026. The total registered voters was 28,492.
Went down.
Okay. Yes, it went down. 14,205 was St. Croix. 13,136 was St. Thomas. And 1,151 is St. John.
Wow, St. John alone.
Okay.
That's a wow.
St. Croix always really, I've noticed this for a while, always got more registered voters.
28 is a little bit
Eh, but
the way it used to be.
so, Mr. Grant, I'm very sure that possibly the primary, okay, the primary, if you get a good five, if you get a good 5,000, you get a lot.
Yeah.
But we spending, wait a minute, 400 and something $1,000. $400 and something $1,000 is what the legislature
Somebody needs to go
give
to
them for the
court.
primary the
Somebody-
other day.
Appropriation for the primary, Ms. Morehead.
Yeah, that's the appropriation they give them for the primary.
This day, Austin said that people are spreading false information, and that money was appropriated for the primary, only election, and the general election.
No, it was for the primary.
Well, Ms. Peterson, you're giving out false information because that's what you said, and I'm gonna call her name because she's the one who said it.
Mr. Grant and people, just take common sense. Okay? The budget already exists for 2026. That's all. That budget had the funds for November 2026 election, general election. Okay? It was already budgeted. So,
And that would include only voting, right?
yeah, for the
That's part of the general election.
Exactly. Okay. So what was not there was no funding for primary, which is what they just appropriated. Okay. So, hello. Are you talking about Miss Nonsense? Move to another
The,
topic,
the,
please.
the, the reality of
Okay.
the reality of
No,
it is
I just wanted to get that out there because I don't know if you have heard it, but I was
I
hearing
don't know
a
anything
business
about
on a program and on the stream, and I just thought that was wrong information. That's why I brought it up.
the Democratic
I'm glad you got clarity on that.
the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands is
What do you
going.
think, Dr. Brown?
I said the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands is going to have to look in very soon in regards, and hopefully a case will come forward to address this issue about taxpayer dollars going into the primary process.
There are
It
three
it has to do that.
individuals that is bringing the case against. I'm not. Ms. Caroline Fox.
Not, but I don't think, no, not what he's talking about. What he's talking about, I don't believe their challenges are addressing that. He's talking about, and I have been making this argument for decades because even from before when it was a usual thing
Yeah.
to hold the primary, I always said I object to the fact that my tax money is going to
A
do
closed primary.
a party primary.
Because
Okay.
the Democrats, when we as Republicans had this issue, I told a lot of Democrats, don't worry about us, worry about you guys in the years to come. I told everybody that in the VI, and it played out exactly as I said, because now they have a big problem. That's a club. All of us in this political game, when we align with parties, you're a party member. And if you then decide, well, I'm not going to sign the loyalty pledge, as an example. And so now you keep me out of that process because I refuse. Okay, the law may say you have the right as a party to say how your membership is supposed to be. But now you're taking my taxpayer dollars to helping somebody who signed that loyalty, but you exclude me from that when you're supposed to pay for your primary because that's your party issue.
Exactly.
Yes, you could run the line and say, well, this is the way the government, we want fair and transparent election. That has nothing to do with me as a Republican, whether it's fair and transparent. That's your party to put rules and regulations in place to make it transparent, not me. You're using my money to run your primary. That's a problem now that you say who can be, it was always a problem.
Yes.
But now you have a more problem.
When you
When
exclude
exclude people, based on the, you could do it.
Yes.
That's not the issue. People
When
need to
you hold
understand.
your own thing.
When you hold in your own thing, you can set whatever you want. But now you're asking the general public, independents, ICMers, Republicans, to help fund your party's process.
And
that's gonna be a problem.
And the part that I see
That's a problem.
is that while going along with it, the supervisor of election has put the government in a liability situation.
How?
Because She went along with leaving people off of the primary ballot in accordance with whatever the Democrats decided. So if someone sues, all of them got to get sued.
Well, this is the process. I mean, because the court laid it out, Judge Malloy.
Because it's not just that the Democrats kept me out. You, with the government, went along with it.
Well, all of this going to lawsuits, and we're going to see how all of these issues play out, Miss Moore, because
As you mentioned that, I just want to ask a quick question. Now, from what I got and what I've been hearing, they were saying that if I'm a candidate running, I have to collect voters from registered voters, right?
could you petition?
I heard them say, well, and this is a question, I haven't heard anybody address it, because you're saying if you haven't participated in 2 electoral cycles, you have to go back to the Board of Elections to get, you already registered. I'm just trying.
No, what you're talking about is what they're calling inactive voters, and that's a problem that I've had to. And I understand it was Senator Kenny Giddens that brought that whole situation. Back in the day, if you remember, Mr. Grant, the registration in the election system was in a big black binder that had like a steel thing, that held them together. Okay, and what that was under John Abramson. And what happened was, because there were so many cards in this binder, it was falling apart. So what happened was, every 2 years, if you didn't vote in a general election, they were purging the list. Okay, they were taking you off. Now what happened was, when they then went into computers, I said, even to John Abramson, you're now in computer, you don't have a problem with the storage. Why aren't you getting away from the purging? He told me that wasn't his problem. So I then advocated for them to stop. And I remember I asked the young man that used to work for Neville James, I don't forget his name, from West. And then he moved, when Neville lost the election, he moved to work for Sanes. And that is when he got Sanes to do the legislation to stop the purging of the registration list. So that way, when you register, you are registered regardless of when you don't vote. Until here come Kinnigittens, when he did all these changes with the election system, he then created what is called the inactive voter. And the inactive voter is registered, but what happened is, for whatever the circumstances or the consequences or whatever the reasons, they miss voting 2 major elections. Cycles, yeah. But they cannot be taken off. They're still registered, but they put them in a category that they call inactive voters. My position, when we went to the training that had to do with filling out the nomination papers and petition, and they mentioned that they're not going to accept signature from inactive voters, I challenged it and said to them, they are registered voters. And that is the main requirement for signing a petition.
Not that you
voted or not.
Inactive for a couple of electoral.
Exactly.
You're
still are, and it says it right in the VI code 110, section 110E, I think it is, where it says that an inactive voter is still a registered voter, but the supervisor of election made her own policy that it was a security problem, and if you're inactive, you cannot sign a petition.
So that's where it is at right now.
That's where it's at, and it's the board. The board. The
from
board,
Ms. Moorhead than actual VA code, right?
it
And
is,
Ms. Fox decides that. The reason I'm asking that is because I left New York in '93, for instance, right? I was in St. Thomas. I didn't vote for 25 years. When I came back to New York, March of 2018, I went to the Board of Elections. They didn't take me off the rolls, even though I hadn't voted. I was, and all they did was, you want to register? And I registered and got my card, and I participated in the midterms for 2018. So that's what I was saying. That's got to be some kind of local election law.
it is, the law,
when it comes to
the law simply says that you can, when election happens, you can vote, but it is updating your information. And I even said to them, and I had this with Senator Alma Hailiga Francis, asking her to remove that condition of the word being required to fill out and update your information, because given the fact that Miss Fox has decided if you're inactive, you're in a position where she can determine how valid you are. What if I am inactive? I go election day to vote, and they tell me, fine, you can vote, but you have to fill out this form first. And I say, nothing has changed. I ain't filling out nothing. You know what they can then, when Mr. Fox will tell them, I can't vote. Because the term in the code says you're required to fill out the form updating your information.
But this is where Ms. Moorhead too, though, to the credit for Ms. Fox, and I've heard her said it too. And this is where, again, with legislation and legislators to do their part. If the law says certain things, and she said it, I am not the lawmaker. Whatever they do in regards to the law, then I will follow. If they don't clear up mistakes and they don't do the things they do, I'm going to then have my, as a supervisor, to make an interpretation, which
They
he does
have,
have.
they
You're
have
right.
to clear up the one part with the
Mhm.
required form. But the other part of inactive not being allowed to sign,
Mhm.
the board is the one that's supposed to get together and say they are still registered, they are to be
It's the board.
allowed to sign. It's the board that has not taken a
This
position
is what
and has allowed the supervisor to the time to establish a policy that is contrary
And this-
to code.
And this is where we go wrong again, because at the time, whether because it's not popular, whatever, if people make the decision, then it doesn't become a problem. Because the decision is made, so the supervisor will follow whatever directive is the law or the board, and you don't leave that to then say, not you personally, but anybody, well, the supervisor is treating me unfairly, blah, blah, blah. But the law is not clear. I know I've heard Ms. Fox go to the court, to the Senate, and say, we need to check these things out. And they don't do it, right? They don't do it. They leave it there for years, and then when it's a crisis, is when they take action.
Here's my position, and I've told the board this. If you have problems in Title 18 that are contradicting, not clear, whatever, it is the role of the board to sit and make the suggestions, the amendments that need to be done and present them to the Senate.
Has the board
to
been doing
request
that?
it.
I'm just
No,
asking.
they have not. It's the same thing with education. When
That's
I
what
went
I'm
into
saying.
education and
That's
I
what I'm
saw all these items that are not being executed, I said to them, if you are not going to fight to execute these things that are in law, well, then let's sit and eliminate what needs to be eliminated and ask the legislature to remove them. Because it doesn't make sense that you're leaving things in the code, meaning you're violating because you're not executing them.
This is the problem.
They refuse to act.
And there you go.
And that's what's happening with these boards. You have people who are intimidated
So
by
make
the
a decision.
administration, and so they don't act in contrary to the administration.
But But you're on the board. You took the position to be
You
on
don't
the board.
understand your role.
The leadership of the government right now, the executive branch, shouldn't intimidate you to make a decision, Miss Moorhead, if that's your job. I don't get this. See, I don't listen.
Do you
I
know
don't
on
get
the-
this, you know.
On the board, we are told that the commissioner said how we must send correspondence. And my thing was,
Yes.
we going to send
Wow. I
correspondence
don't get
in
these
the
things.
manner that the commissioner dictated, and we were
And you're the
elected
board.
by the people.
That's not the way it works.
They tell me protocol.
Okay. That's you guys. I mean, I don't. You see, this is where I don't get myself in trouble in the sense for some people, because I don't understand that. Do you understand? Is a process to think for each agency. Each agency has a responsibility to the people of the Virgin, especially those who serve an elected positions. This is not appointed positions. This elected positions. You decide to run to ask to serve. And with that, there's just going to be a conflict no matter what. Whether the Board of Education and the board and the department, well, it's always going to be some friction because of the fact you guys are elected to serve the people and bring up issues the department may not like. That's just the way it is. So they can't be that the commission and the board just does it. That anyway.
Mr. Grant, I have one thing to tell you, and then I have to let you go because it came out in mind when you mentioned something about the party earlier. And I'm sorry I don't have the page number in front of me. But are you familiar with Earl Adley's Trials and Triumphs?
That was a book that he wrote.
Yes, one of them that he wrote.
I've never read it, but I've heard of it before. Yeah.
Okay, and I want to read this one sentence. Okay, it is a quote from the book, and it says, "To make matters worse, there is not even one strong party now conceded Adley, who in recent years has described the Democratic Party as many little groups revolving around the ambitions of individual politicians who use the party label." End of quote. I thank you, Mr. Grant. I have another call. I have to move on.
Okay. Well, it's always a pleasure.
You're welcome to call back anytime.
Well, you take care, Dr. Brown.
Yes, take care, my friend.
Just keep doing what you're doing, sir. And I think
always.
What I might need for you to do, I might need you here in DC. You might need to petition the federal government because this thing with WAPA is a collective.
Mr. Grant, I can't go on that line now. I got somebody hanging on.
Yeah, I'll leave it on that note. I take care.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon. Oh Lord, you done a gone already.
But let me say this, Miss Moore. I can't leave without saying this because this is for the Constitution. Remember, we went and I testified. You asked me to go and testify, and so I want folks to hear this because this is important as we go through this process.
I pleaded with you to go.
You did, and it's a good thing I listened because there was an opinion that came out by the Third Circuit in reference to a certain case that's going on right now. I won't mention the case. Individuals are innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. However, there were some issues with this particular case, and it got to the Third Circuit. And one of the individuals, let me see the name.
Yeah.
Let me see the name. Well, go ahead if the caller.
You finished.
Okay.
I got him on hold.
You got him on hold. Well, go ahead, Miss Moore. Let the person go because I have to read something.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. Can I talk with you guys?
Hey, what's up? Good afternoon.
All right. Dinah was on. He asked you a question about the.
Hello. Hello, Carla. Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah, the guy who was there for the while, he asked a question about the Becker program. This morning, are you aware of it?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you think about it?
Well, all I know is there are a lot of people that praise it. It works. Like I told him, I am not one that knows about teaching reading. So, but There are people who praise it, and I know the school on Five Corn, I believe that's their curriculum.
Hmm.
And I think the other one over there by Public Books, I think they use it too.
Okay. Okay. Well, what I'm going to say,
Hmm.
my daughter went through that lecture program, and to tell you the truth, the foundation is expensive and it's great. And I look at it this way: if you have a house that is crumbling, I would think you want to look at the foundation first.
Okay.
The government system has a program that everybody's grumbling about, and everybody's singing the praises about their better program. I wouldn't think it makes sense to look into it as to see what makes it great. So most of the children you see who graduate at the high school, most of them have some kind of foundation with that program. You know, I was just paying attention to that and was looking at that. The kids and them who leave from the school when they go to the other school, they say we give them the exam, you know, but we really know we don't have to give them the exam because they're just coming so advanced and above board. So if that is what is being said about the program, don't you think it's something to look into?
Yeah, well, and the public can always do that,
Mhm.
especially now is a prime time. You have three people vying, right now in
That's reform.
Democratic primary. So the parents, the people should be asking them, what do you think of the Becker program? Would you be willing to direct your commissioner of education to, institute this program? That's the way to go.
So you think the parents and them need to challenge those people?
Hello, that's why that's
That's it.
that's the
That's it.
democratic way. That's the way,
That's
yeah.
it. That's it.
So I'm not saying I'm not. I'm just trying to reiterate what you're
Right.
saying so the
Of
public
course.
can hear that. You know,
Of course.
because the whole thing I would really want to see our school system get above board. And when our children go to the state, they will want to come back and ask them what kind of juice we giving them to drink because they're so outstanding.
Yeah,
Right.
And
well,
that is what I would really want to see happen.
and to be perfectly honest, this is a prime time beginning, like I said, the candidates in the Democratic Party, because you have one team that are two educators. Okay, the Donna, Fred Gregory, and Moorhead, and you have the other team, really, Lieutenant Governor Roach spent quite a bit of time in education. So that would be a valid question or
Any
issue
question?
to bring up to the teams to ask what would their position be, and would that be something they support or whatever, to find out, because being honest, if the governor doesn't support it, ain't gonna happen. And
Okay.
I have a basis to tell you with that.
But
Okay,
that's insane.
here it is.
It's-
Governor Albert Bryan Jr. was executive director of, and I always forget the name of that thing, Students Achievement, something. It's a nonprofit that focus mostly on the instruction of financial literacy.
Mhm.
Okay, and they were doing programs in certain schools while he was director. I remember I saw his presentation on one of those TV, Chat TV 8-bit thing,
Mhm.
and I contacted him because that was my early experience in the board, asking for him to come make a presentation to the Board of Education, because what people don't know is the VI code mandates financial literacy education from kindergarten to 12th grade, but it is not implemented.
Wow.
So I was inviting him to come to the board to see if we could work to get a curriculum together to make that implementation happen.
It should happen if it's not.
Well, so happened things went helter skelter. Next thing well,
It didn't work out.
he didn't work out. He didn't even get to come to the board to make the presentation. But when the man became governor, I'm thinking to myself, well, I don't have to worry. financial literacy coming somehow. You hear anything about financial literacy in the public school?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So the question is, if we are a bunch of black people in a country here, running our own selves, is it in our best interest to run ourselves aground?
That's
The problem is we're not make no the problem is we the people are not that we're not making the proper selections. And I always make sure to point out we can't put too much blame on the people because again, but back to the education system, it lacked the instruction that it was necessary for us to get to that level of understanding or whatever.
well. Let me say
Well,
this, Carla.
Prince Floyd, if I run in a campaign, I sit down and strategize how I can get the most votes and how effective I'm going to be. But if my agenda is not really for the people, that doesn't mean nothing, because what I am trying to do is to if it's a dance you want, I give you a dance. If it's some hot dog you want, I give you some hot dog. But when I get inside, I never promise you nothing.
Right.
So what it's like sometimes we're quarreling, but what did they promise us?
Right.
If I say I'm going to fix education, what did I tell you I was going to do? Anything?
Anything.
particular?
That's what I'm saying.
And
So it's like I can say, that.
but Carla, that is what I'm talking about. That as we were children being educated, we did not get the education to understand the rights that we have, that we make demands about those type of things. So all we do is we let them talk, and
Vote.
we yes we vote. We don't ask them the question because many times I
That's
mentioned
what I'm
this just
saying.
that those that when we ask question, they see it as being a problem, that you're making problems because they don't understand that is what you're supposed to do.
But if the one who is supposed to make the problems to get the change, you get branded as out of hand, disgusting, rude, you think the others going to follow you? When those at the top don't run you and lock you out of the party. So the party, the music playing inside, the dancing and the drinking, and you outside looking in.
That,
People just want to go to the party, but sometimes those who care about, they just say we deal with that there later, but later never comes. So how do we do it this time? The people that are running are seasoned veterans, who have not been in the legislature for a long time, have been in Congress, and is the same set of people we're going to put back in? What are we expecting when we do that?
Well, we try our best to educate, and that's part of what Mr. Brown and I sit here and do. For instance, I have told people that my opinion, okay, but if you will listen and kept up with Congress, you would have heard that the Congress people were the colleagues was looking to remove our delegate to Congress from certain committees because of our association. Are you familiar with that?
No, I didn't really hear that one there.
And that's the I see that's the problem.
Yes, so I'm saying, my thing is this here. If I am going to go to vote, and I don't hear certain things, and I don't know certain things, I'm going to vote based on what I know. So my question is, how do these information get out so the public itself can hear it for themselves and see it for themselves? It's like sometimes we say I don't want to project the water, I don't want to say nothing. But if you are in the place where you can see, but I wasn't there, I don't know, but you know, but if you keep it to yourself, maybe at home I say, well, we don't vote for this one, and I might have 10 people in the family, and all 10 of us got to vote for that person. But if we had the information and you carry it home, well, how do you know that? and you explain it, they say, what? I didn't know that at all.
Well, this is why, and I think if you have listened to me, you would know and hear that I always tell people when you know something, say something.
Oh, okay. Well, I
Okay.
hope they say
As,
something because
all I have said to them is make sure that whatever you say is fact, because that's the one thing I don't deal with rumors, and if I'm even if I say something I'm not sure, I will say this is a rumor, you know. But the more we, because that's part of educating the community.
let me ask you a question.
Make this the last question because we out of time.
This is the last question. With the amount of glass we have to drink from right now in this election, and we find a lot of them is contaminated, how do you choose the right one?
Hello, that ain't the whole thing, you know. Remember after the primary, we got a bunch of no party people.
So we want to know how we going to choose the right one, regardless of which party they're coming from. How we going to choose the right one?
They're doing the vetting, so like I said, you ask the hard question. Like for instance, we mentioned one. I asked the people about the Becca.
Oh,
Okay.
And no more any, mini, miny, mo.
Yeah, ask specific hard questions. Stop letting them give generalizations. And so and you can do that when you maybe will lead, because sometimes people just have to see someone do it in order for them to have the courage to then do the same thing. So if you're in a situation where you have the gubernatorial candidates, ask the question about Becca and let somebody, then others might follow.
But I hope
Okay.
they'll have some tone now. I hope they'll have some tone now. Okay.
Yeah, all right. Thank you much for the call.
Thank you, Ms. Floyd, for the time. At the end of the day, it looked like a lot of the folks who are running, they're going to need to come together and have a lot of different forms. There's a lot of them, and it's a lot of different areas from the Board of Election, the Board of Education, and the groups in and of itself aren't going to be able to do all of it. So the candidates themselves may need to come together and say,
It's supposed to.
that we're gonna have to hold these forums and invite people and pay the moderator, the whoever gonna ask the questions, whatever. Because if you're gonna wait until you're invited with this much people, you're not gonna get heard. It's just that simple.
And this like they say, I heard a man, and I have to say this quickly, because I heard a man today making a point that every election is important, because he was saying, people was talking about how this election is so important. So he was making a point that every election is important, but then you know what he turned around and said? He don't think he's going to vote. And I was wondering if the audience listening saw the contradiction, because you say something is important, but then you decide you ain't want a part of it.
Well, the government you get is the government you vote for.
Exactly.
Thank you, Ms. Moore and Carlos, for
You're
the
quite
time. Okay.
welcome, and thank you people
Always.
for listening, and have a good rest of the week.
That's